I call the Select Board retreat to order on Monday, August 4th, 2025. We're here in a special meeting to focus on our goals for the year, and I want to thank all of us for attending, for taking this time out of our day and devoting it to the welfare of our town. And John, was this meeting called?
Yes, please.
Then I'll hand it over to Cecilia once again.
Thanks everybody for being here. I think we might be able to turn it downwards. There's a knob, I've seen them.
Oh, that knob? Okay.
I think so. I think that's it.
What do we
I don't
turn it
know how
on?
far you want to turn it down.
The dispatch.
Yeah, as long as that doesn't do it in the whole
I
state.
know. We can find out from Jay.
We'll find out.
Jay's downstairs,
No,
so the chief's downstairs.
Jessica's looking into it already.
Oh, okay, okay, thanks. Well, excellent. Thanks everybody for being here. Just a couple of logistics if you haven't been here before. The bathrooms are through that door and down the hallway. The agenda, we have a couple of different things going on, but there are breaks built into it, so thank you for that suggestion, Isaac. I think that will be good and help us all stay focused by having little breaks every hour. I am going to be facilitating the meeting because we want you all to be able to participate freely. I have a couple of ground rules that I was hoping we could agree on for the meeting. So is that okay? And if you can talk about them, if you have any questions on them, or we can, and if you have other ground rules that maybe you want to add, we can do that. But they are mental presence is required. Obviously, we want you to be involved, hopefully free from distraction. Again, there are some breaks in the meeting, so if you need to check emails or texts. But we're asking you to be present. We want to acknowledge that everybody has a voice here. There are no bad questions or stupid ideas because sometimes that leads to bigger thinking or creativity. Please try to avoid but, try yes and. So this is the idea, if somebody throws out an idea and it starts with but, that can be very negative or off-putting. We want to hear everybody's ideas. Attack problems, not people. Please active listen. Again, breaks will help us get that little step outside, get that coffee, whatever we need. Mutual respect, please. It's okay to disagree. If you're disagreeing, try to ask questions because then maybe we can dig a little deeper and find some common ground. It's not okay not to speak up. And this one is about, we want to hear from everybody. Use your voice. You all bring experience to this. We'll have a parking lot if there's some things that are off topic. That way we can follow up with those at a later date. We want to avoid the weeds. Again, this is kind of the high level that we're looking at here, not how we're going to go about it. That'll be in kind of the next phase, what the town manager brings back to you. And then this one, at the end of the day, unity is critical, and that's really just about we're all here for a common purpose to kind of figure out what these, what the select board wants to, the policies or goals that you want to have for the next year. And so at the end of the day, I hope we can all walk away feeling like there was some agreement on that, or at least the process there's buy-in from the process. Any questions or additions? Concerns? Good. Any other logistics? We have snacks, thanks to Jessica for arranging those. So help yourself or get them on the breaks. Anything else that I'm missing? Logistics?
There's some caffeinated drinks that I saw in the vending machines. So anyone needs that.
All right. So the first thing we thought we would do is to review town plans, policies, and charter duties to kind of set the stage for where we're going. I have put together just a couple of slides on some of the town plans just to go over that with you. So it will be on this whiteboard. Feel feel free to ask questions as we go along. So the purpose of this plan action review is to update you on the progress of implementing our plans. So the first plan I'll talk about is the hazard mitigation plan. This is a required plan for the town to have for reimbursement, particularly in the event of a federally declared disaster. I think they're good for, I think it's 5 years. Our plan actually expires in 2027. So in 2026, we'll begin writing a new hazard mitigation plan. And there's kind of there's a format that we need to use that comes from, based on the federal government. The purpose is to identify and address potential hazards facing the town, and then put forth strategies to reduce the impact on the people and property. So this plan was adopted in 2022. Been various things done. I think the biggest one is the 250 Bird Street or Kikita Aki, the park, the floodplain restoration there. And so we are finishing up. We still have that federal grant, but that will be closed out in the fall. We've also been doing a lot of work to support Tri-Park Master Plan implementation. So this is where they're moving the homes out of the floodway. So both the department has, as well as the Selectboard, lots of actions there. Key challenges to this plan, well, there's been a lot of turnover in certain roles in town, so I think the next time we write the hazard mitigation plan, we're going to have to bring some new department heads up to speed and get some more volunteers on that committee. But capacity and funding, so right now we've been really successful getting state hazard mitigation grants or federal hazard mitigation grants. Usually it kind of flows from the feds through the state. And a lot of federal funding is up in the air. Some has been clawed back, so some of the projects that we've put forward are a little bit on hold. That's for the large projects, but there are some smaller items in the plan that it can probably move forward.
I just want to mention that after the SIT fire, we had a debriefing, and there were a lot of suggestions there from that one incident to go into the overall hazard mitigation plan, and I thought it was a really great team.
Great. To pass those along to Brian in particular. He often, the zoning administrator, often leaves this up. He's doing excellent work with the hazard mitigation. But some of the things that have covered, sorry.
And Sue, maybe you might want to explain the difference between the hazard mitigation plan and the emergency management plan, because that may be more, Liz, what you're referring to.
Okay.
And it's easy to get those confused, so I think maybe a little bit on that.
The emergency management plan is kind of the response to different types of incidents that might happen in town. So if you have a big fire or floods, like it's more of that initial response, the chain of command and who's doing what in those instances. So the hazard mitigation plan addresses heat, ice storms, things like that. So.
We're trying to get out ahead of them, like what can we do to mitigate or reduce the potential harms that could happen, not like responding, but be
exactly. And that is the hazard mitigation. Well, both of them I think are both like trying to be prepared, but the hazard mitigation plan is really trying to get out in front of it. And if you hear Chris Campany speak from the Wyndham Regional Commission, he's always encouraging towns to work on this and also be prepared that we might need to go it alone because of what's happening at the federal level. So that's important to keep working on this. In my opinion, sorry, I shouldn't add that. I'll be careful moving forward. The Walk Bike Action Plan, this was to identify and plan for bicycle and pedestrian facilities to improve safety for all users of the road. So key actions that we are working on or have completed is we studied the Canal Street corridor, more about that in another slide. We obtained a grant to make some sidewalk connection near the high school. We have also put in a grant application for a path on the Commons and some improvements around there. That was not successful, but we'll keep trying. And we successfully received a grant for Bridge Street to make that more pedestrian and welcoming. And that has an RFP out for it now. Key challenges is that there are a lot of projects in this plan, and funding obviously is a challenge. If we use federal funding in particular, there's a lot of requirements that we're finding that come with them that actually make them a bit more expensive. And because we have like the multiple state routes, we often have to go for the state or federal funding. And so projects take a little bit longer and they're quite expensive. And the cost to construct sidewalk or bike lanes has increased over the years. The Housing Action Plan, this is to address the town's housing needs and develop strategies to meet those pressing issues. Key actions that we've taken from the plan, which had a bunch of like strategies and tactics that we could pursue. We did a lot of easing of regulatory requirements through our land use regulations. We've been active with the Housing Coalition. We've studied town-owned properties that, you know, we'll be bringing them back before you if you want to have any action on those. We've had lots of public education and conversations about housing and housing issues and trying to spur development. We have obtained state designations which bring incentives and regulatory relief to developers. So there's still more to be done there. Key challenges are that there's outside factors beyond our control that affect housing and its development. And then capacity as well with some of the other projects that are on. The downtown design plan, this was a pandemic era plan to make improvements to existing public spaces and to create new public spaces. So key actions from this plan were the grant funding for the Bridge Street redesign. We now have a plan for Depot Street in place to activate that green space on the riverfront a bit more. The library received a big grant for patio and garden improvements that was mentioned in the plan. There's new murals that other organizations have brought to downtown. Public restrooms will be coming, and there's been a lot of transportation center improvements. And I think there is some work being done on lighting on Elliott Street now as well. So key challenges are funding. And the typical kind of project implementation, you know. I think another one, I thought I had it on here, I'm sorry, I must have deleted it, but, you know, we have a lot of parks and public spaces, and so if we're going to redesign them, is that more important than some of the other projects, so kind of prioritizing.
Yes. Is this the Preston?
This is the Preston lot. This is one idea. We've had a couple of plans that have had some ideas for the Preston lot, but they all involve around kind of creating some additional flood storage along the Whetstone Brook, so kind of creating an amphitheater down to the brook where you could store some more floodwaters in a flood, and in this scenario there could be a bay of parking. So yeah, that's an idea for Preston lot.
Where is that in the pipeline from idea to something that could actually happen?
It's not
Oh.
right now. It's an idea out there.
Okay.
It's not in a pipeline yet. I would say DBAs.
It's out in the watershed, filtering its way down to the reservoir,
Great.
eventually maybe.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that-
And
Like Daniel and I really liked this plan. There were a lot of really good things in this plan that maybe we should give to this new members so that they can understand what we're excited about.
yeah. DBA is actually starting this Wednesday, actually. Every Wednesday from 11 to 2 in August, they're going to be activating the space a little bit more. So I would say maybe there's been some baby steps, even with the youth event that happened in July, you know, thinking about this space in a different way.
And when you mention capacity as challenges, are you talking generally, or when you mention it, are you specifically talking about planning department capacity?
More in general.
Okay.
Because a lot of these, I mean, these are planning department projects, but they interface with public works.
Right, okay.
So.
Cool.
The Canal Street Corridor Plan, that was the plan that was finished this April to more specifically look at bike and pedestrian improvements and stormwater improvements in the Canal Street corridor. So, you know, we've had conversations with the state about actions that can be achieved during the paving project. The flip side of that is the state, originally they were going to be paving that road in 2026, and now they're doing it in 2025. So there's a very short way to affect any changes. So we've tried to say, what about line striping changes? So those conversations are still ongoing. We don't know if they're willing to do any change orders to that project.
That project's come up at select board meetings. The public has asked what's going on because they thought this was much work. So
Yeah.
we need to inform the public about what you just said about 2025 and where are we? Because a lot of people were reticent about some of those changes.
Yeah. Other challenges is, you know, we had thought that we'd go after one of the big federal grants to kind of make a lot of progress on this at one time, and those are kind of unknown. You know, some are still around that we might be able to pursue, but, you know, we're talking you know, multi-million project if we were to put in a protected bike lane and that kind of thing. So it's funding. But I think, you know, even with that, there are certain things, even if the state can't do it, there might be some things that Traffic Safety Committee can recommend to the select board and work in. And then there's the town plan, which at this point is almost expired. The Planning Commission is working on a new town plan, so I wasn't going to dive too far into that. That is their major project, but I'm happy to answer any questions about the town plan. A lot of the plans that I spoke to before this town plan kind of were recommended in that so that we could move some things forward. So there has been a lot of town plan implementation for sure.
So, and I think the purpose of looking at these plans is to realize there's a lot of things that the town has expressed intent to do, and we are working on them, but there are challenges and limitations to being able to do all of the great things that we would like to do. And so before you start thinking about adding lots of additional things or anything, like this is all happening, it's kind of operationalized, it's in the works, but it requires Sue to put together a grant, us getting the grant, then trying to get, you know, everything lined up to do, like say, the work at the library or one of these other many projects that we have. So.
Any questions on the plans?
Excuse me. May I ask, especially the people who have their backs to the public, if you could speak a little bit more loudly because it's a little difficult to hear you going that direction. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question about the Preston lot project. It sounds like there might be a few projects
You
like
could
this
come up around here.
that have been proposed around flood mitigation or other similar ideas, and curious what would be the way to learn more about those? Are they in here?
So they're not in there. So the downtown design plan is on the town website under the planning department projects. So that's one place. There was a study done in 2016 or 2017, which I'd be happy to send to you. We had worked with the EPA, or we were selected by the EPA to have, there was kind of a whetstone corridor kind of planning, because Brattleboro has a lot of infrastructure in kind of the floodplain in that area. How can we preserve and make use of our infrastructure, but build better? So what are some ideas? So that initially, the Preston lot idea initially came up from that report, which was Design for Resilience in the Whetstone Corridor. And that's also on the town website. I can send it to you.
Great.
I'm happy to speak about them offline.
I think it's worth mentioning that, you know, A lot of these plans came out of planning for resiliency after Tropical Storm Irene.
Yeah.
Getting buildings out of the floodway and preparing a stream corridor that's more resilient, and all those factors. And they take a long time. And that new park,
Yeah.
how many years?
The new park first came about in 2012. Yeah, with some state help. Actually, I think it was mentioned before that. It was probably mentioned in 2008 when they were doing stream geomorphic assessments of the West Stonebrook, so, yeah. And Tri-Park Master Plan, that actually started in the early 2000s. The idea of moving the homes out of the floodway. And it wasn't until after Tropical Storm Irene that that actually got
People
got
understood what that
moving.
meant.
Is there one of those different projects or plans that you think has the most prospect, or could just use a little encouragement from the select board, or that is coming soon? Kind of where would there be opportunity, like where would you suggest that we pay attention?
I think that's a tough question. I need to think about that one.
Sure.
I need to think about it. So I think.
Yeah, so much of it is sort of funding related, like you're sort of, where you're going is like, if we could get some state or federal help or something, like what would be the one we all focus our attention on, like that, Isaac, or?
Yeah, or one that doesn't require so much
Oh.
money, or one that there's, yeah, that's actually, we have the funds for, and it would be good for us to be talking about.
I'd have to think about that.
And does the town still have brownfield money, or is that Wyndham County?
No, we do not have brownfields assessment money anymore. The Wyndham Regional Commission has some, but not very much. They weren't eligible to apply for more this year, so when it comes out later this fall, they will apply for more. So this is money to assess brownfield sites. They do have cleanup funds, and they have a fair amount of cleanup funds. So if it is a brownfield site, which is, do you know what, brownfield sites are sites with real or perceived contamination. And so there's like the first level is you're going to do the assessment of it. And EPA has had funding available to, be able to hire consultants. Like the town of Brattleboro had assessment funds for a period of time, and we could hire people to do assessment on private sites, or in some situations, sites that we owned. Wyndham Regional Commission has those funds. And then if a project comes to being, there can be cleanup funds that can help with the redevelopment of it. So that can be like a grant or a loan or a mix of it. So basically trying to level the playing field and bring down the cost if you were developing on a green site as opposed to one that has contamination on it. So. Yeah, any other questions on the plans?
Oh, I do. What's the process with the town plan, so that, like, how does that, does that come to the select board? I assume it does, but yeah, okay.
It will. So the select board ultimately adopts the town plan. So the planning commission writes it and the select board adopts it. There'll be a public hearing. So our current town plan expires in May of 2026. So probably March, April, there'll be some select board public hearings that we'll be asking the select board to conduct. The planning commission will have a set of public hearings before that. So, yes.
It was fascinating and horrifying to be the chair of the planning commission with that report, and we brought it to the select board and they said no. And it was shocking. They had very specific reasons and very specific things that they wanted changed, but they wanted them changed, and so we changed them.
Yeah.
And it was all about the relationship of the town plan to the zoning regulations, which was interesting, but they had how they wanted it to be. And our original plan was not acceptable until we changed it. And then it went on to be the greatest plan in the state of Vermont.
Yeah, so the town plan, it's both a kind of a visioning document for the town, but it also, at a more practical level, it's guides land use regulations, and it guides anything that's, any development that's going through Act 250. So at that time, there were some particular things that the select board wanted changed in terms of what they were going to see in future land use regulation amendments, or that was primarily it. But in other states, a town plan, master plan, comprehensive plan, whatever you call it, is more of a grand visioning. Here in Vermont, it's got some other roles, which makes it challenging. So it's good for 8 years. So, you know, you're talking about this vision that's longer, but you're also looking at an 8-year kind of horizon. And sometimes there's language in it because it could get used in state regulatory proceedings. So it's a little different.
Do you think some earlier conversations with the planning commission would be worthwhile for the select board?
I do.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that would be helpful. I mean, particularly too, in regards to Act 250 changes and village centers, and what's exempt now, and how long it will remain being exempt, and where it is in that world, because that must change the new drafting of the new plan quite a bit.
It does.
In terms of housing development or anything.
It does.
Yeah.
So obviously, the work of the select board is kind of guided by the charter. We do have copies of the charter if anybody wants to pull one out, and if you have any questions.
Did you say there are no copies?
Over there? Okay, I'll grab copies.
Thanks.
And of course, this is subject to change.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lose this one.
We're in a time of
Right.
change.
Yeah, so, yeah, some of the it's a little funny telling me telling you your powers and duties, or responsibilities, but it's, you know, if it's on page 8, so to establish and maintain a police department, a fire department, rescue service, construction and maintenance of roads, sidewalks, there's a whole host of them. I'm just picking a couple of them out. Condemning lands or buildings, lease and maintain real and personal property owned by the town. So, have any questions?
I have a question about section 6D, which is to establish health services as provided in 24 VSA chapter 69. Anyone here know what's in chapter, or in 24 VSA chapter 69?
Yep.
Top of the head?
I do. It's a brief chapter, but it essentially allows towns to do ambulance services, for example. It allows them to cooperate with a hospital, like they can provide a hospital or support a hospital. They can have like a registered nurse on staff to help people in the town. That's there are some other towns that do that, or even a licensed physician.
Thanks.
The health department, the state health department must have nurses over there.
I believe they do, but.
Yeah. I think they do.
Yep.
Any other questions on the charter?
Is there any clarity in section 6 of what is a power, what is a duty, and what is a responsibility? Because, for example, we talked about, well, maybe I won't give any specific examples because I'm not sure if that info is public yet. But for example, what things on this list are we required to provide? And I'm not asking you, Sue, I'm also not asking you to look this up. It's just, there's a big difference between a power and a responsibility or a requirement. So, just something we'll have to navigate.
Yeah, and Oscar, that might be a good, if you want to delve into that more, that would be a good conversation to have Bob Fisher help us understand that, because there are some responsibilities under the state statute for select boards and town managers, and but these were more the legislatively approved powers, I think, that kind of are come out of that state statute. So that makes sense.
There must be case laws.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
Like, surely we are required to have a fire department. It's not just something we can do if we want, I would assume, as an example.
But many towns have volunteer.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for example, it's a power to establish and maintain a rescue service. We did that through contract for many years, and
Right.
now we do it directly. So.
Any other questions?
Mhm.
Anything you want to bring up? I think we're ahead of time.
Were there any policies we wanted to review? Or you just mean
Yeah.
generally ahead of time, not that we're done with our section?
No, I mean,
Okay.
yeah, so policies, yeah, are there, we didn't have any to bring forward.
Okay. I was just curious because I know there are, past select boards have adopted policies and guidelines and things like that. I was wondering if they lived all in one place, or there was some way that we could easily know what has been committed to in the past, things like that.
You mean about like sustainability and things like that?
No, well, like, as an example that came up this year, the fund balance guideline is something from the past that if you didn't know about it, you probably have no idea it existed. So I'm wondering if there are other things like that, for example, that I might not know about that, adopted 12 years ago and is in a drawer somewhere.
The only ones I could find was in so there's a set of municipal policies and codes that towns in Vermont are required to re-adopt every 10 years in order to be eligible for community development block grants. And those are surrounding equal employment opportunity, fair housing, use of excessive force, use of federal funds for lobbying, code of ethics for administration of Vermont Community Development Program, drug-free workplace, subrecipient oversight monitoring, and whistleblower protection. And those were adopted by the Select Board in 2019. I actually couldn't find the ones that Brattleboro signed off on, but I saw this form that Hartford had signed off on in 2021, so I'm assuming it's the same.
Okay.
Is that here in the charter somewhere?
It's not in the charter. No, it was from combing the server, actually. I think this is maybe, yeah.
I think I don't think we've done, in the past, I don't think we've done a great job of tracking all of those, and I think it would be a wonderful project to get them all on the website or something like that, so that people could find them easily, and you could see them and decide if you want to update them or whatever, but that'll take a little bit of time of going through the server, trying to find those,
That's not a high
getting them
Yeah.
somehow displayed. So.
I mean, there's policies around the different loan funds, so like the small business assistance, the rental housing program, tax stabilization, those policies are found online. And then there's also the employee handbook, which has a bunch of policies in them, which the Select Board is responsible for adopting. I believe there'll be a new set of them coming before you at some point. But
Sounds good, thank you.
That sounds like a great idea, John, having policies the select board has adopted on the website.
Quite a task to find.
There are a few over there, it looks like.
And maybe just something we keep in mind as we find
As we
them.
make them.
As we make them, yeah. Or as we find them researching something else, oh, there's something from 2005 that's still in effect, yeah.
Yeah, definitely for any that you pass, we should have a process.
That's a good idea.
A reservoir for those,
Yeah.
All right, any other questions on this section or anything else you want to discuss about it? All right. Do we want to keep moving forward or do you want to, we had a break at 2, but we're ahead of time, so.
We could crack open those snacks. I was worried that there weren't going to be healthy snacks, and I brought some green beans from my garden. But I don't think we have to break into them because they look very healthy over there.
Did you have something else for you?
No, I'm just, no opinion. I think either way is good. We can break between sections. We're
If,
power free.
One suggestion would be if you want to hold this first break a bit, and we could combine, and then maybe take a little bit longer one if someone wants to go get a coffee, if there isn't something here or anything like that that someone mentioned. Like that.
I like that idea.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Past select board priority. Was that
So in the memo that Sue put together for you, we have we've done a retreat 2 years. And so in both cases, the idea behind doing this was the select board used to have a list of like 40 goals, I think you called them. And they rarely was much done on them because it was too all over the place. And so the conversation was, can we get that narrowed down to what is it that the board really wants to focus attention on, with the hopes of making progress on some things that aren't already operationalized. And so the first year that we did this, we came up with 5 things. That was for 2023, 24, and then building the 2025 budget. And those were making the transportation center a good place for parking. And a lot of effort then went into that concept, that idea, over the past, really since 2023, about the past 2 years. We've done a lot to try to turn the transportation center around and be more for what it was designed and intended to be than for what was happening there or the perception of what was happening there. So that was one of the board's priorities in 23. The second thing that board came up with was the town pool. So that was at the time that the town meeting was voting on the Living Memorial Park improvements, and a lot of people were saying, but what about the pool? You know, that wasn't in the renovations to Living Memorial Park. We need another project for that. So the board agreed at that point and said, yes, we should develop a vision for the pool, which has since occurred. We do have a conceptual plan there,
Yep.
Sue, and it's in the long list of things that we may or may not have adequate funding for. The third thing was finding a path forward for community safety, and so that was trying to resolve the conversation in the community around the community safety plan, and what things are outstanding there and what things are we just moving forward with and doing either in accordance with that plan or differently at this point due to different circumstances. And the fourth thing that year was developing the concept of safety zones. So again, kind of somewhat related to the work at the transportation center, but more broadly, are there areas that we can have particular public safety focus on certain places that don't have a feeling of public safety at that time. And then the fifth thing was advancing housing initiatives, and housing was discussed as a high priority. So the board made those their 5 priorities, and we did get to work, or we're working on, or got to work on all 5 of those, except actually the safety zones one kind of fell off the plate, and we realized, oh my gosh, with everything everyone is doing otherwise, it's like 5 is an awful lot to have an extra lift on for coming out of select board priorities. So the conversation last year was, can we get it down to 3? And I think 3 to 5 is probably the right amount, but if you start going 5, 6 priorities, then it's likely we won't have capacity to do well on all 6 of them. So that was kind of, I think, a lesson that we learned there. So last year, we hadn't really resolved the community safety conversation. That became a big focus for last year and into 2025. And the second thing there was developing a concept for child safety zones, and that was kind of the one that fell off the plate in the previous year. And then the third one that came up last year that first emerged that I had heard was revenue sharing with the state, and how do we increase the support we're getting from the state to offset and mitigate the burdens that we're placing on Brattleboro taxpayers. So those were the 3 big ones last year, and we, I think, made good progress on community safety. A result of that was the Downtown Safety Action Plan, which the police chief brought to the select board, and they wanted to move forward with hopefully improving our public safety stance in the downtown. That was a real focus. Child safety zones, that resulted in the acceptable conduct ordinance, which the select board approved, and then it was overturned at town meeting. So a lot of effort went into that, a lot of staff time, a lot of effort, but it was ultimately not accepted by the community. And then revenue sharing with the state, we've worked very hard on that, mainly with the legislature and trying to get additional ways to support the town. There were a couple of things that happened in the last session with limited time we had to work on that, and one was increase in the share to the local community on the sales tax. So that went from 70% to 75%. So something like in the neighborhood of 40 grand, 50 grand additional that will be coming to the town as revenues.
When does that start?
When does that start?
When does that take effect?
I believe probably this fiscal year, I would imagine. And then there was also a grant of $750,000 to the town to support the Winston Prouty project, and a slew of other things that we took a run at, but we're not getting the support that led to any outcome for the last session, but maybe something that could develop in the future. So that's kind of where we are. Those were the past select board priorities. It would be great to know, as you start to talk about your priorities as a board, are there any of these that you think should continue on? Are they something that you want us to continue putting efforts towards? Or are there new and different things that are more important now, given the circumstances and as you know it? So, any questions on sort of the track record on this?
I have a question. I'm wondering, John, if you could detail approximately like how many hours over the last 12-month period you've spent working on the revenue sharing piece, because I think the general public really doesn't know what percentage of your work as town manager has gone into that advocacy.
Yeah. I would guess somewhere in the 3 weeks worth of work,
Mhm.
probably totaled up. I put a pretty good focus on that, so yeah, so, 100 to 120 hours, somewhere in there. And, oh, sorry.
Well, I just wanted to say that that was my big idea. And in the last year or more, and I want to continue, that effort. And I think that we need, our legislators didn't really have, it's new to them, didn't really have a good understanding of what revenue sharing is. And in New Jersey, all towns with a high degree of poverty, a disproportionately high tax rate, that because of poverty, the community can't pay their taxes, and a lot of other factors make the state understand that some towns need urban aid. And nobody in Vermont wants to call it urban, but certainly hub town aid or older community aid, because there's a set of towns that have these problems. And when I was first discussing it with some of our legislators, they didn't understand that, and they said, well, what are you going to do with the money? And what you need to understand is that revenue sharing reduces the tax. And so that's the point of it, really, is to reduce the tax burden on the community for the things that our community has to pay for, that are associated with levels of poverty and distress in our community. We have twice the poverty rate in our community as the state as a whole. And that creates burdens for us all. And so the point of revenue sharing is to help the taxpayer and reduce the budget accordingly. And I want to continue to gather those facts, and I want to hope that we can all continue that search with maybe data from Sue from the census, working with her to really create a case for the legislator and the governor that not only our towns, but other like towns need this help, because we have problems that, small little towns don't have. And it's a tough sell, because I think everyone's asking the legislature and the government for money. And so we have to frame our revenue sharing argument correctly. And I look to John's leadership on that.
Liz, can I ask you, so last year we talked about whether or not we were going to operationalize things, or, is it going to come back as a priority? So are you thinking that you want to propose that as a priority, one of the, 3 to 5 priorities for the coming year? Okay, all right. You jumped ahead a little bit.
Well, what I'm just saying is that this was worthwhile last year, and it wasn't acted on, and I want to keep it front and center because it's important. And I think that we've learned through the budget process that not only do we as a town need to mind our P's and Q's in terms of the budget, but we need help from the state.
I wonder, is it exclusively a top administration job to do the advocacy with the state? Is there anyone else on town staff that supports you when you take trips to Montpelier, take the calls, etc.? You have an assistant administrator, but I'd like to learn more about that. I think just, it's kind of like, it's like you're a farmer, right? Like, I'm a farmer and I'm a select board member. Like, not a lot of people know what I do in the select board job who see me at the farm and vice versa. So it's kind of like some more transparency. That's why I asked the question about how many hours, how heavy of a lift is it? Is it sustainable for the next 12 months? How can you be supported?
Yep. Yeah, and along those lines too is like, the more we can focus on what, like revenue sharing is a huge topic, right? So the more we can focus on a particular thing, and maybe we can, in a few minutes, we can have a conversation about like what might be a particular thing to focus on. That is the first step, and then because if we can all kind of agree, like we want to go after whether it's a urban aid type bill, that's a huge lift right there. It could be a local option gas tax or fuel taxes come up, like maybe that's a way that we could, get more revenue that wouldn't be out of the state's pocket so much, but more people who are coming into town. Or, additionally taking additional runs at the option tax kind of proportion sharing there. If we can figure out like where is the best place to put our focus, then we can put that limited capacity to that effort. But we do get a fair amount of support, Amanda, from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, and they have a couple of lobbyists there that are very knowledgeable. The challenge there is that they necessarily have a statewide focus, not a Brattleboro focus. So that means, we try to be in alignment there, and we learn a lot of information there, but we aren't necessarily, it's really our legislative delegation that is the best support for Brattleboro issues if they can be focused on what that is.
Well, actually, Sue, should we wait a minute or should we just jump in?
I think that we should probably wait a minute and then, because I think we're getting close to that anyway, but
Okay.
On the past priorities, one of the things we did last year is we did operational, we still work on housing, right? It just wasn't one of the top priorities. We just operationalized that and understand that that was still something important to the select board, and we're going to keep moving forward with that. So there is this idea of like, some of this is just getting rolled into our work, and obviously John has less people in his department now, but there's some operationalizing that gets done, so.
And
Yeah.
circling back to the housing, you gave us a figure, how many permits have been approved for new units?
Oh, I started
Since
looking
in the
at that
last,
this morning.
6 months you have reported
Yeah,
the
so
number.
we had, well, in the last 6 months, I think we were around 68
Which is-
for this calendar year.
So that's incredibly significant.
Yeah.
Organically, something's happening.
Yeah, and I think the land use regulation, that has helped spur more units, whether it's some Act 250 relief from the, from what we've done. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Not all created yet, though.
Yeah.
That's harder to track but there are permits issued.
Can you say 68 permits for what time period?
Since the calendar year, so January 1st.
Of this year?
Yes.
That's incredible.
That's approximate the number. I have it in front of me, yeah.
That's the most since like
And 2020,
1989,
yeah,
right?
2024 was our highest year since the 1980s. So, and we were on
You're
track.
building on that.
Yeah, and I think since the Housing Action Plan was done, that's, conservatively called for like 517 housing. We're about, through the permits issued, we're about halfway there. And that includes some loss of housing units along the way through fires or.
And does that include Winston Prouty?
It does not include Winston Prouty. Wait a minute, yes, I think it does include Winston Prouty because they do have a permit for 28
The first thing.
But that's
Yeah.
just 28,
Yes,
and
just
so
28.
there's more to come.
Yeah.
That's great. And the trouble with planning, you have the development regulations, and they're just sitting there. People have to act on them.
And when so is the housing advanced housing initiatives purely building housing or also reclaiming? So say someone buys an apartment building and they put 11 new units online for, once those go on, those go
Yep.
into that unit number?
Yep.
Even though.
When the permit is issued.
When the
Yeah. Yeah. So yes, that includes that kind of housing too. Yeah. So is there anything from this list that we want to talk about operationalizing? I guess from the 2024 to 2026.
Well, I mean, I want to revisit the concept of child safety zones. Again,
Do you want to bring that up in the next section? Or do
you can tell me what to do.
We're definitely bleeding it over.
What's the difference between operationalizing and saying for the next priority?
Yeah, so operationalizing would mean it wouldn't necessarily land on the list, you wouldn't put it forward in the next section of it, but it's, there's agreement that we want to kind of continue to work on this. It's just not going to be one of our 3 to 5
Well,
listed.
in that case, then I would just like to operationalize the revenue sharing. It doesn't have to be one of our top 3 priorities because John's already working on it.
I would agree with that. Yep, as long as we just have a focus on that, that'd be great.
So the
So-
green light, it's like the green light continues on to the next year, not something new.
I think it has some merit in sort of pointing out, like our first board retreat and our second board retreat, and just some of the priorities that were made in the 2023 version of this, and finding a path forward for community safety was 3. Then we went through that summer and how the very next one came up as like the first 2 things. So, I mean, as we do this, like the landscape can change while you're standing on it. So, and things can get a little intense, and, being able to kind of pivot within the moment and kind of recognize what people are yelling about, I think is just really important for us as we do this today, kind of moving that forward, how these things are really just sort of in flux. We might leave this table with a really good idea, and then something happens tomorrow that completely derails it.
Well, yeah, that's true. And certainly about the safety concerns on the roof of the parking garage, for example.
Yeah.
Immediate.
Yeah.
But, we did have a meeting about community safety, and there are many things in that community safety report that have been adopted, either by the administration or by the police department themselves. I think we should be very proud of them. We have a focus on DEI. We have a focus on mental health, and the one Brattleboro and the situation table are really focusing the police and community services, social services together to meet people's complex needs. And we have a town with a lot of people with complex needs, and all of the things that our police department is doing that were brought up during the community safety report are really great. The data collection is improved. They have a complement of people without guns, which is also primary in the community safety report. There are many, many things that have been incorporated into our town from that report, and I consider it to be a success.
I'm wondering, because the 3 of you weren't involved with the concept of child safety zones, do you want some, would you like some more information about that? I mean, particularly from Peter, since he brought it up, not to put you on the spot, Peter, but are there questions there?
I think a review would be really great, and also anecdotally, because we have the community safety plan, in process, ongoing, green lighted. I'm for green lighting that.
You mean the downtown safety action?
Yes, sorry, used the wrong language, correct, yeah. So how the child safety zones actually are, it's sort of like the housing initiative, but housing is being, built. So these are 2 things happening simultaneously. So there's the plan, but what already has been sort of checked off that plan from our downtown safety action plan.
As it relates to
Yeah.
child safety.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was part of the downtown safety action plan, I'd say broadly. And we can take another run at that if you want. I mean, it would need direction on that, whether it's here or otherwise. But
Well, there was a project in Burlington that had an ordinance focus, and then the administrative part of it was being developed. That was like, I can't even think of that word. Restorative justice. And so, John may have been talking to some people in Brattleboro about that.
yeah, we've been talking a bit about is that Burlington model of a acceptable conduct ordinance a little bit different than what that Brattleboro had tried to do, and is that a model that working with Interaction or other non-Brattleboro members, is that something that we would want to move forward or not? So kind of early exploring on that idea, but I haven't had a huge amount of time to put towards it.
But so if that's something that suits Peter's idea, do we want to make that operational? Do we want to say to John, yeah, continue? Because I think that the problem that RTM had with the ordinance was in the administration of it, that they didn't want it to be in the town manager's office, but lo and behold, town manager doesn't have even a minute to make that operation, to do that work. But somebody like Interaction or Restorative Justice would be A, better received by the community, and B, something that could be better achieved than coming out of the town offices. And I'll want Peter, first of all, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with it being operationalized at this point. I mean, I feel like we've done a lot of work, and we have the more integral part is already in play. I'm still seeing open drug use on our streets. I'm still seeing a lot of these things that I feel like we need to have some sort of a higher focus on how to mitigate that issue, as well as just having a response to it that keeps it out of a sort of a carceral realm, right? And I think the basic crux of this whole entire idea was early 2000s, when, was it a state initiative or was it a town initiative? I can't remember. I think it was a state initiative about drug safety zones around schools and where kids congregate.
And that's a national.
It's a national thing, but I think this was addressing how the state of Vermont dealt with it. And it all had to do within 500 feet of, I think it was just a school zone. I think part of the thing that I wanted to do was recognize where kids congregate. And the hottest spot at the time was Flat Street between the Boys and Girls Club and the New England Youth Theater. And of course, you've got the Preston lot, which was really highly problematic at the time. The transportation center, also highly problematic at the time. Kind of being right between those two things and people not feeling safe. So the repurposing of that zone, reframing it in such a way that instilled an idea of downtown safety, was where this was born. And and I agree with Liz. I think where it sort of lost its way a little bit was maybe getting a little too into the weeds. I know John's done a little work with Interaction and having these conversations. I don't know where they are now, but I think that was sort of my mindset, basically saying you can't do that here. Stop. be the first thing, just don't do it again. Catch you doing it again, then, here's gonna be the next step, and I think that's sort of where, like, interaction and that sort of restorative justice thing kind of takes into play, and hopefully we get some traction with that, and not having this sort of open drug use. I mean, you can't drink a beer on the street, means you can't do drugs on the street. I see both happening, but more to the drug side of things than to just actual open container violations.
And I'll reinforce that at the time you're talking about, I think, the Boys and Girls Club of America did an audit of our Brattleboro Boys and Girls Club and failed them. They failed it as an unsafe work environment for employees and an unsafe environment for children around the time you're specifying. So that's really significant.
Right.
And evidence regarding the necessity of what would be potentially a child safety zone for those two very vibrant child organizations. And the Boys and Girls Club has recommitted themselves to Brattleboro through a renovation that they're going to do, chosen to stay in downtown Brattleboro, and that's no small thing for our town. I think it's really great. And also the teen night that DBA did, they're going to do another one in September, Kay told me. So, I mean, there's just a lot of potential for that Flat Street corridor. That's very positive.
Yeah, no, agreed. And again, I think through having this thing as a priority on the select board thing has moved that needle a lot. I think right now we're still sort of riding a little narrative that's maybe a few years old. But continued diligence and focus on this, whether operationally or as a board director, fine with operationally.
I guess that knob really was
Maybe it could be louder.
I just want us to sort of remain sort of focused that these issues, although mitigated, haven't dissolved. I don't fully expect them to completely dissolve, I'm being realistic, but I think if we continue on it and create, and one of the biggest ways to do that is sort of create some of the things we're talking about for like the Preston lot, where there's activity down there and then, there's a lot of positive energy, is also another way to combat this. So, I like those ideas as well.
Oscar.
I think both of these ideas have merits and are worth talking about. I'm hoping, what I think I'd prefer is that we go through all the ideas, the whole group of them, and then at the end we can have the conversation about what's operationalized, what's a priority, and see them in context stacked up against other things.
I would agree with that too.
Okay.
I think that this would be a pretty good way to do this. It would mean other things wouldn't get done. So
Right.
I think it should.
No, and we've had a good focus on this. Well, not a good focus. So last year we've had a really good focus. The first year was crushing disappointment for me.
That's a good balance.
Yeah.
But the end of last year was also disappointing too. The other thing about Flat Street that I think we need to say is sometimes the behavior shifts, and I've had members of the community telling me that Plaza Park is rife with drug activity and related crimes.
Right.
And so, we have our police department and social services working hard, One Brattleboro and so forth, but we're not out of the woods yet. And we need to keep our focus on having a community that's safe for everyone so that we can have, the economic development and the other things. This is our downtown. And whether it's on the Preston lot or Plaza Park, it's still downtown.
Right. And, we're seeing new problems popping up on Elliott Street.
Yeah.
Right. That getting pictures texted to me and emailed to me, and people stopping in and talking to me about it. And, there are concerns there. So
And we can ask Star if she'd have anything she'd like to contribute.
Yeah, at being at the other end of downtown, we definitely are seeing a lot more problems in even the last couple months.
So why don't we, I think your idea of putting it out there with the rest of them seems good. It seems like that might be a productive way to move forward. So, it is.
Can I have my celery stick
You can
now?
have your celery stick now. Let's take a break. You want to do?
Meet back
You want to
there.
do 15 minutes? Meet back here at 2:35? We had a good little break. So, yeah, we had some good conversation about priorities the last time. Now we're going to move into setting them for the 2025 through 2027 period. So the way that I propose to do this, and hopefully we can all agree to it, is you were all asked to kind of bring your big idea, and then also have some others that maybe we're percolating around. So we'll go around the table, sharing what your big idea is. You can speak to it, kind of explain it. Part of it is to also be able to get other fellow members to be interested in it. So, take your time, explain what you're thinking. There'll be time for questions. So we'll go around once with the big ideas, and then we'll go around and put up the other ideas that you might have. I'm going to write them on the whiteboard. And then once we've had the discussion and you've had your questions answered, we'll have like a ranked choice voting of them silently. So,
Exciting.
yeah. So, can you all agree to that? Basically, what we'll probably do is have you rank, say 5, your top 5, and then from there we'll see how it kind of. John and I are gonna have to take a moment to kind of calculate it, maybe over one of the breaks, and
we're not Hillary,
yeah.
but we'll do that.
Yep.
So did you say something about the 3 other ideas that we'd like to discuss?
Mm-hmm.
Did you just say that and I missed it?
Oh, yeah, so those will come, so we'll go once around with the one big idea, and then after that we'll go, round robin with the other ideas that you have.
And we'll put them all up on the board before we start discussing.
Yeah. Does that sound, can you all agree to that? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. So who wants to go first with our big idea?
I feel like I've done a lot of talking so far, so.
I'm happy to go.
All right.
Mine is less fun and exciting than I think some of these ideas will be, but basically the thing that is haunting my thoughts is the coming budget. I think we face 2 pretty obvious constraints. One is that responsibly we have to budget we can't sort of crib from long-term expenses to keep the number down. On a sort of good government responsibility side, and then on the other side, I think if it's above a certain number, we're going to have problems. So my priority and the thing that is most often on my mind is finding a budget this September that is, let's say, low single-digit increase, but does not, sort of make withdrawals from long-term expenses to get there.
Sorry, the last part, without making withdrawals.
Well, yeah, from long-term expenses. The wording is bad, but
Do you want to speak more to it, or do
oh, sure.
or do other board
Well-
members want to jump in with questions?
This is like Shark Tank, Oscar.
Yes.
You gotta sell it.
Right.
Well, then I'm out.
I just think it's the thing, the job that in part, I think we're able to pass the second budget because we made a bunch of promises about this coming budget, and people trusted us on that. And I also, I don't know, I don't really have a pitch other than that I think it's really important, and it's something that it's one of our core jobs, so it's not a fun, exciting new idea, but I think it may be the biggest single job we do every year, and that this is a really important year to, reckon with these constraints, which I think are pretty real, and start thinking as soon as possible about how to get there.
How does this fit with item H on our agenda?
Which is the budget process.
Budget development.
Oh, I think it fits there also.
Right, so, and are there specific things, like on page 3? Is that part of it as well?
I have thoughts about process and other stuff, but as far as, planting a flag on a priority for what I'd like it to accomplish, I think it's more the high level statement that to me this is my number 1 priority for the year, with not really a close number 2 right now.
I will,
Yeah, please.
so with that in mind, I think the only way to lower that budget is to increase revenues. So I would like us to actively be seeking, revenue. And
So this is your big idea?
this is my big
Your-
idea.
Your big one.
I mean, it's not that it hasn't been spoken before, it's not an original idea. I just have mechanisms that I'd like to roll out to see how we can achieve that.
So increase revenues.
Do you have specifics?
What?
Do you have specifics? Specific ideas in part of your big idea?
Oh, I've got a lot of specifics, and John talked about one of them with, gas tax revenue. Selling parcels of land to replace money spent out of the rainy day fund that we own, that are in town. Let's see here. I wanted to sort of explore some short-term rental taxes. I'm not 100%, I haven't done a lot of research on that, but as far as I know, I know there's been a lot of Verbos and Airbnbs, things out there, and I don't know that is being tapped. Trying to figure out ways to lessen the burden on Brattleboro and get it more from sort of those outside influences that can add to our tax base.
I think other municipalities have done similar with short-term rentals, so
Yeah.
we can look into that.
I think, I was talking to one of the select board people in the Wilmington, and another one in Westover, and this is sort of where this idea sort of stemmed from.
I guess,
May I ask the moderator, is this a time where we also discuss the presented, or is it just the ideas come out and then we debate them later?
It's a chance to bring the ideas out, ask the questions, kind of clarifying them, not really to debate, but to, just kind of make sure that you're understanding some of his ideas. So, like the increasing, some of his ideas are, you could argue maybe it's getting into the weeds, but I think it's important to understand what Peter's thinking about.
Yeah, so, creating some TIF districts as well, for enticing business in. That might not yield us stuff in the short run, but in the long term, grow the grand list there, making sure that local business, that we retain some local business as well as helping them to expand. So some of that can be done through TIFs. Let's see here.
I guess state revenue sharing would sort of fall into this category if it could be done, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, some of this is above our purview. Some of this is right within our purview. Some of this will require some help on the high, and some of it we'll be able to roll out ourselves. I mean, you know, like the selling of municipal lots that we have, that we're not doing anything to sell those. Whatever you get paid on those, fine, and then it returns them back to the grand list as far as taxable income. So kind of double dipping. That's a nice one. One thing I'm not clear on with that is, can we just do that as a board, or does that need to go to an RTM?
I think it needs
Yes.
RTM
That rings a
or,
bell.
Which one?
or.
Selling of
regular town meeting,
municipal
I'm not
lots.
sure which one.
Yeah.
But that's on a case-by-case basis when there's a lot to sell, a specific project.
Yeah, but we would bring it as a warrant article.
Can I ask a revenue question?
I'll try and give you a revenue answer.
Okay, it might be for John too. What EMS revenues seem to be up. What options do we have there? I assume most of the insurance payments, those are all negotiated, right? So if we increase what we charge, it doesn't affect those?
Correct.
So the only control we really have would be over people who are paying themselves. Does that sound right? And it's okay for it to be further that. I'm just
Maybe we answer it like this. Yeah? Yeah, I mean, so the rate that the select board charged there has largely been paid for by the private insurance companies. So that's kind of where I think that was higher than what we had originally estimated. There was more participation based on the rate that the select board approved. So increasing it further than that, I don't know. That would start to be, you'd want to look at that, maybe comps or something like that. But potentially we could look at.
Okay, that's just a thought, because that's become a big revenue stream, and particularly if insurance companies are paying for it.
Yep.
It's fine with me.
Yeah, it's more a matter that there's more cases, like the fire department is busier than we
Yeah.
thought they'd be.
Yeah, that's another piece of it, for sure. And the Medicaid and Medicare, those rates are set, if that's where you meant.
And they're gonna
Yeah,
be problematic in the
Yeah.
future, so.
I think private insurers are similar, that there is some negotiated rate and you can charge $1 million and they'll still just pay you. So that's why I was asking, are there even areas where if we adjust our rates, we make more money?
But I think, maybe one of the ways, if we were looking to fold in EMS, and this comes to a complete capacity issue, so it might not be a non-starter, is the transport, right? So, there's a lot of money, and I know that that's billed very differently. So if you just need to get somebody from hospital A to hospital B, or from home to hospital, or something like that, and it's a non-emergency transportation, there is, I believe, a larger fee equated with that. I don't know that we want to get into sort of this emergency Uber business.
I don't, I think the hospital has a contract with Rescue for that, so that's separate.
So, they do? Oh, all right, I wasn't sure how that, I knew that there was something there, but.
Yeah, that would definitely be kicking a hornet's nest.
I have a couple questions. One is for a process question. So say our big ideas, say Peter's big idea matches with one of my smaller ideas. Can we join them together for that final vote?
I am unwilling to play.
Okay, so that was my process with it. And the
How much
other,
money you got?
then the more technical question is, if there are, for a property sale, that would be town-owned property, how does the tax structure work in terms of like capital gains tax on the accrual of that, and what a town pays in terms of income received?
We wouldn't pay a capital gains tax, so.
There's no, okay.
You have to sell it for free.
So it's a property, if a municipality owns a property and they sell it, 100% of that revenue, aside from lawyer fees and all that stuff, goes to the town?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It would go to the general fund.
Directly to the general?
Yep.
Is that a charter? Like, or is that just
It's just
BLT?
town government.
Yeah, it's
Town
just-
government stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. In the state of Vermont?
And I would just like
Where
to
would
take out of Peter's idea, the revenue sharing, because I think that's
Have it be its own thing.
its own thing.
Well, I think that's a larger, more difficult conversation, so yeah, I mean, the things that I'm proposing are things that I think we can handle on a local level, although I'm completely getting a lot of sort of mixed message about the gas tax. I think we can float this idea up and hope that it passes, but I think it has to start here, no?
That I'm not sure.
But I think that, there's this conversation and our big ideas now, and then later in the day, we're talking about how we're going to present our ideas and our priorities to the legislators.
Right.
So it's kind of a two-part question.
I'd like to circle back a little bit about the VRBO, Airbnb situation. If that was a choice that we wanted to pursue, I think that there would have to be a large public comment period and a real study. Mostly because our opportunities for lodging for visitors are currently in a little bit of a flux. And the Airbnb part of Brattleboro has really been holding that lodging responsibility and keeping those tax dollars in the state of Vermont versus the Chesterfield Inn or the Riverside Inn or anything like that. And so I think a real study would probably need to happen to see if that was appropriate, because Brattleboro is very different from Wilmington. Wilmington has something, and Dover. I think Dover has something like 80% second homes in their grand list. So
I don't know
different
that it's
from
that high,
Brattleboro.
but it's much higher than
And
residential.
so I just would hope that if it's part of the conversation, that if there's just some real study of it.
They were in the housing plan.
I was going to say, I know it was brought up as a potential revenue source, so I'm going to kind of stick the short-term rentals in the parking lot. But the Planning Commission did do a study probably 2 years ago. We looked at the numbers. They made the case and decided at that point they didn't want to do a registry or have anything. I can share that. I mean, of course, that's open for reconsideration, but it was something that came out of the Housing Action Plan. So they did look at it.
So it's in
So I can share it.
Cool.
But
Yeah. It's not in the housing study, but there is some data.
Housing people, the consultant said that there wasn't enough in Brattleboro to be significant, right?
So, yeah, just real quickly, because we can have this, it's getting a little off topic, a little weedy. There can be various different reasons that you might want to regulate a short-term rental. Sometimes it's the impact on your housing stock. Sometimes it's the nuisances that may become that ski resort towns tend to see, and that's part of their interest. And so, it depends on what you're trying to get at. What the study found is there was not a significant impact of short-term rentals in Brattleboro, and that, they did recommend you could look at a registry, which maybe could bring in some funding, but just to kind of keep track of it over time.
Right.
And then the Planning Commission did some further.
So when I was drilling in, going through ideas and these things, I don't know what the overall impact is on, I mean, does your place Airbnb anything out?
I do, yeah, we have an Airbnb. The state just increased our tax by 3% exclusively for short-term rentals. They do not charge that to hotels or other, their typical bed and breakfast.
Well,
So
that feels
that
unfair.
extra surcharge just has been delivered by the state.
That's on top of the sales tax or
Correct.
rooms and meals tax?
That's rooms and meals plus 3%.
Wow.
For getting more state revenue.
Okay.
That got voted in, I think it was the last biennium. There was a lot of pushback from the tourism community, most especially in regions like ours, where we are a tri-state region, that you could come for an event, but maybe it's more attractive to stay over in Bernston or over in New Hampshire. So I think our tri-state region really makes us unique in that tourism aspect where we really reap dollars, big dollars, and that we need.
So let's set the short-term rental.
Park in the parking lot?
Parking in the parking lot. I know it's part of, like, you know,
Well, then I wanna-
if the
If
idea
we're
of
gonna do that,
increasing
then part of my
revenues.
revenue idea is to charge for parking.
No, I was gonna say, we're not, it still can be an idea that's considered under increasing
No,
revenues.
again, these are all sort of like
Yeah.
spitball ideas. I was not aware of the 3%, so that seems like that's gonna get a little bit more unwieldy. So maybe that is something that just we put in the back of the parking lot, but people forget about it. It doesn't matter to me. Like I said, I think the idea is the only way to really kind of help lower taxes is to increase revenue, increasing the grand list, inviting more business in that makes sense for the region. And that will eventually lower it. And I know that there has been some work done by the BDCC to do this. I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't had but maybe 3 conversations with people there about it and what can be done. But this to me seems like the easiest way to help with our budget as far as getting that number lower, is being able to disperse and share it through a greater population, whether a business, whether a residential. But I mean, this town hasn't grown at all since like 1950, so it's been like sort of stuck, like 10 or 15 up or down of the 12,100 number for a long, long time. So, you know, it would seem selling the town as a whole as a place to come and invite business that's business friendly. I'm not looking to put up smokestacks, but you know, things that make sense.
Does increased revenues, do you think that, does that accurately capture what you just said, though? So I want to make sure.
I think, I mean, accurately, you know, I don't know. I mean,
I guess I was hearing 2 things. I was hearing, one, trying to increase revenues to, you know, lessen the burden on taxpayers. But then I also heard, you know, trying to grow the grand list.
well, to me, that's
me-
sort of like a revenue generating thing, right? So if we, you know, I know that the vacant building ordinance is like part and parcel to that, right? So if we can get a vacant building populated that maybe wasn't in the tax base, back in the tax base, know that is, there's not a lot of them, that's a plus. So to me, it all generates revenue, but yeah, I see what you're saying. There's sort of 2 different things. Kind of growing the grand list is one initiative, whereas increasing revenues through the now parked Airbnb.
You were just spitballing.
thing. Right.
You were just spitballing.
That's spitballing, that's all. I got lots of stuff on this list.
I'm inclined to separate them.
Okay?
I don't know how the rest of you feel about that. To add, grow the grand list. I don't know.
Well, I think they're they're 2 different disciplines, 2 different focuses.
I think they're 2 great focuses, but I do think that they're kind of different. That if they're combined, it might lose the oomph of either one of them. I think
Well, we
they
can just
both
stick with,
stand on their own.
I think increasing revenues happens a lot faster than growing the grand list. So I think one is a long-term grind.
Did you have a?
No.
It's interesting because if you split that into 2 and you add economic development, then all of our goals would be, you know, get the relief for the taxpayers. All of them. And I don't have a problem with that. There's a certain consistency, but I think we're all focused on the same thing.
Oh, it's just that I'm getting at the increased revenues apart from taxes is the part that, kind of like Oscar says, without making the draws larger and expensive, I think the increased revenues, if I'm following you, apart from separate from
Raising
taxes,
taxes.
not raising taxes.
Yes, but in increasing the revenues, we're decreasing the burden on the taxpayer.
So that's what,
That's what my point.
so
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you could, if I saw increased revenues, you could someone say that, okay, yeah, we should just increase taxes to 20%
Yeah,
tax
so-
increase.
Yeah.
That's not,
But that's
the
not
point
what
is
you're
that we're looking at alternatives to
No,
that.
this is completely to combat.
Exactly, and I just wanted, in looking up there, I think however it goes, if we end up deciding this is the one, we want to have that spelled out that we're talking about, I think, up outside
Yeah,
of increasing
Well, without increasing
Taxes
property
on-
taxes, I guess. is-
any,
Yeah,
Right.
well, so that's my point, that both of those things, and if you split it into two, the other half is similar to grow the grand list is ultimately to reduce the taxes.
Mhm.
And if you added my revenue sharing,
Okay.
there we go. Here's another one then. Economic development would be another, so.
So, and I think that this may go into our second to the last things on our orange in the weeds a little bit.
Yeah.
But, doing things like the 3% increase that you're feeling now through Airbnb out mandated by the state, which all goes back up to the state. Nothing stays here even though our resources are being tapped. Is this thing that I think we always sort of have to kind of keep at the front of our mind. Our roads, the Airbnb that is rented here in Brattleboro utilizes all of our services while those people are here, or none of them, depending, right? But they're passing over our roads. They're using our waterways. They're doing whatever. So these are our resources. So it would be interesting to have a conversation, legislatively speaking, as to how some of that money could be returned back to Brattleboro. So maybe that's the way we do it without increasing that.
And that's a revenue sharing
Right.
idea.
I mean, people, property owners pay property taxes, and those property taxes take care of, the roads and emergency services and whether you're, it's not, but we can go into the weeds another time about it. The realistic picture in where we are here in Brattleboro is that some people will do a short-term rental on part of their property that they live on so that they can pay their property taxes, especially retired people. It's an economic generator so that they can stay in their home. So it's very nuanced. It's very nuanced. When we go into camps of Airbnbs are killing our housing stock and all this stuff, maybe some places it is. In Brattleboro, I don't think it is.
I don't think you're incorrect. Keeping in mind that Wyndham County is like the second oldest county in the state of Vermont and like the fourth poorest, the county. So, what you're talking about has some merit. Like sometimes you've got to rent off a piece of your property just to make it do. Maybe you're on a fixed income. Maybe you don't have a lot of money to begin with. So, I definitely don't want to hurt
Maybe you
those
have to pay the grain bill. That's what it's like on farm, so,
Let's,
yeah, we're getting weeds.
yeah, let's move on from the short-term rentals. Oscar?
Just a question, are the small ideas also gonna go up on the board and then we'll pick from all of those? Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have an easier time visualizing the trade-offs if we get a bunch of stuff up there quickly and then we can sort of talk about things relative to each other. So maybe we keep it a little more high level for now. If that works.
Have we ever considered
Don't
cat
understand.
licenses?
I think
Out of
just the
order.
right enough amount of time has
There we
passed.
go. That was not too soon.
Not on your bingo card.
People talked about breaking Peter's idea into two, and I don't see that.
And I didn't really do that. Why don't we get them all out?
Because it
and
might
then-
be one of Peter's smaller ones later.
Yeah. Yeah, let's get them all out and
Here.
we'll remember this one and make sure it's.
Because something I think we should also talk about when they're all up there is there may be some that are really focused and there may be some that can be split up or that are 10 things and realistically we can't do over the course of the year. So I think maybe we could do that.
Well, when we're talking about increased revenues, like I rattled off like 4 or 5 things.
Right.
So, so I think with that, we would try to pick the one that's going to be the easiest for us locally to implement and move forward.
All right, do we have more big ideas?
Do you want?
Oh, we're not going around the circle?
Do we
don't
want
have to, did it, because Oscar went first.
I know, and the only reason I went was because.
We don't have to go around, whoever
Let's
wants.
be a rebel, man.
But
We'll put
before
popcorn
we
in.
can go around. Okay, I think I might have Liz's because she kind of slipped it out.
I don't think I'm.
The one that I've been thinking about is financial responsibility and health of our town. This has been a topic of conversation that came up at representative town meeting. We spent all of most April multiple meetings on the budget. And we set a policy of maintaining a reserve fund that's 10% of the annual budget and achieve that incrementally over the next 10, 15 years. And we also said that we would produce a 5-year financial plan, a 5-year capital infrastructure plan, and a 25-year capital equipment replacement plan in addition to the FY27 budget. So I'm thinking this takes some work, this takes some focus. It's part of financial responsibility in health. We talk about planning and the reserves. We could look at the potential of policy around the use of, or revisiting the policy that the previous select board had passed around use of one-time funds for ongoing expenses like personnel. We could look at financial expertise. We have the interim the contract with the finance director role, but we have left open the possibility of revisiting that and coming back and actually hiring a finance director, thinking about what would we need in order to make that an ongoing position. Is that something we want to do? If we think about the costs of the roads just to maintain them, my understanding is that there's a higher, ideally we'd be putting more money into our roads in terms of for bicycles, for cars, for pedestrians, etc., to be able to maintain them, to save money potentially down the road, looking at what is the financial impact of not doing more. I know the DPW has done a lot to fill these potholes this spring, and winters around here can be a little rough on the roads. And there's work being done on, Canal Street and more on Route 9 planned, right? But thinking that is a potential connected to financial responsibility and health. And then also thinking about the finance committee from RTM, how do they always come out with these reports and these recommendations, how do we integrate that or use their input or have a meeting with them to use them as a partner in helping achieve and maintain financial responsibility and health. So seeing that is really fundamental. Like, I would love to see a whole lot of things in our town, and probably things that personally I'm more excited about than making sure we're in a good financial position for the future. But I think that's the most important in terms of our responsibility and what we can do to enable all the great things that we want to do in the years to come.
So Sue is writing.
Financial responsibility and health.
So just sort of a general focus on improving our practices and guardrails and stuff like that?
Yeah, and particularly doing the things that we said we would do this spring in terms of financial planning, reserve fund maintenance, financial, and then also investing in a finance director, and then the road maintenance, and working with the finance committee.
I think you won't get an argument from anybody on those things. They're all great. My concern is that we're going to give ourselves some time because FY27 budget development is already being discussed.
I think it's like we could just develop that FY27 budget. Well, first of all, my sense is that a lot of this discussion that we're having today is the idea is that it would affect what our priorities and where we put our resources for the FY27 budget. And my thought is bringing it up now is thinking about it not just in terms of the FY27 budget as this independent thing, but thinking about and not thinking about, we set this policies, we had a quick discussion, we voted on it, yeah, we're all in agreement, we should do these things, but then how do we actually make that happen and actually putting some attention, and my thought is actually putting it on that list of 3 to 5 priorities could help. Not having it to be one more thing or something. This is a big lift and wanting to give it the attention that I think it merits.
questions? No questions, but do you mind if I just join in your sandbox for a minute? So, I'm new at this, obviously. So there's the smart budgeting you're talking about, but there's also smart spending and also careful spending. And I think those two go hand in hand. The budget process, but also the careful spending piece. Like John joked at me today, I was like, are there snacks? And he goes, well, it's really not in the budget, but Jessica brought you some snacks. And so that kind of got this kind of thought in my head, which is like, there's one thing when you budget, but then there's also the smart spending, which is the purview of things we approve on the select board, or and more conversations that I think is really important as well. So just wanted to do that.
Next.
My idea is kind of fun. Mind if I go? Go. Okay. So the idea that I would like to explore, that the select board, for the select board to explore, would be kind of bringing back a program that was around in 2019. I heard a lot of feedback about it, some positive, some negative, some tweaking it. It would be a day labor program that we work with a nonprofit in the community, whether it's an existing nonprofit or a regional one. Basically, the goal would be, there are a lot of people in downtown Brattleboro hanging out, and they would benefit very much from something to do. And they would also probably benefit from earning some money to do something. And there are a lot of jobs in terms of that we aren't necessarily able to do because of the capacity of different departments, but what we need. And so it could act as a job training program. It could be tied into restorative justice potentially, if that's the choice. But it basically, so feedback I got from an individual who works for FoodWorks, as part of Groundworks, is that they interact with a lot of people who say, I'm so bored. Like, I wish I had something to do. I don't have anything to do. So they're in this funny position. Many are young and able-bodied and would actually really benefit from some kind of work program. That could turn into job training, that could turn into them potentially getting a job that's not in a format like this. And I asked John, because Boulder had a program like this, to sort of give me feedback on the efficacy of a well-designed program that was a collaboration with the municipality. And it sounded like it was successful there.
Yeah, very successful there, yeah. There's a nonprofit there that their focus is on taking people from a situation where they're unemployed, homeless on the street, and how do you build skills so that they can then do a very simple job to start with, and then graduate to a career that's doing more complex work, and then eventually to become someone who's employed in the community. And I think they have a great rate of success with that program. It's all really rooted in their training and their supervision. Those are like the two key things that they provide.
So that's my idea. I did get some feedback about the previous program we had. I understand it was a pilot project. The town was a lot more flush to fund this
$65,000.
This project. We are not in a flush state right now, so that would be part of the collaboration design. My understanding is it was necessary to be connected to a nonprofit for holding the liability insurance of the individuals who are participating. Yes. Yes. And then I got some feedback from people who were very actively engaged with it, like Dick DeGray, who actually took on some workers to do beautification, weed the sidewalks, paint retaining walls, stuff like that, and said there were parts of it that worked in that model, but there was a lot that didn't work out great, like how people signed up. And it was kind of first come, first serve, and people were coming at like 4:30 in the morning. And so it sounds like there's a lot of, there is a lot of knowledge within the community still to potentially resurrect a program.
I think the town was the major employer. And I know that Star had people doing things around. Do you know more?
Just I'd heard Star and DPW, I think also had some.
I don't know if it was
Maybe
consistent in
Brattleboro.
DPW.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
But that's, it might be worth exploring whether there's grants or state money to do that without having to be municipal.
Certainly, exactly. That's why that
Yeah.
big explore idea is
Yeah.
at the beginning of this.
Oh, I
idea.
didn't put that.
Yeah.
I will add
It's
that.
explore. It's not like, we should do this. It's more like, let's explore it. Let's see how we could potentially afford it, finance it, who to work with. And also, I'm thinking more specifically about tasks that are physical labor, actually.
And I we could certainly talk to Emily Conrad about it. It was her program in 2019. And, now with the position in the legislature, she might be able to quickly identify whether there's any state funding or something like that.
It's a good
Did
idea.
you have a comment? Otherwise, I was going to move us along.
Oh, just, no, we can go. But I like it. I liked it back then. I knew it was clear that it would be tricky, and I don't think it went on without problems, but I thought, yeah, I think it's a really interesting idea.
It sounded like COVID really smashed it.
That makes sense.
COVID smashed a lot of
I think
things.
it was the town that was the only kind of employee. There were a handful of others, but
But the
I think the
long-term
consistency.
consistency, yeah. I think it would be nice to, just to explore that, and with maybe taking a read in one Brattleboro and seeing whether they have, for example, maybe the housing authority or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Maybe even form a subcommittee that's connected with various organizations.
Right.
Brainstorm.
But I do want to talk about my big idea.
Okay.
And the thing I was going to say, I think most of these things probably have Explore at the front of them, really, at this point. Like, no, very few of these are coming up with, like, and here's my 20-page project plan or something like that. So I think most of them will be Explore, and we might prioritize stuff and then find out in 2 months, like, it's not really the right time, and move on, and that's okay.
So we can do that with the FY27 budget.
Yeah, we'll just do FY27 next year.
All right, let's.
Just no exploring.
My idea, as I discussed, because it was last year's idea, is actually the one that really wasn't worked on that much last year, because we have bigger fish to fry. But it's so important, and I want to explore revenue sharing. I want to understand revenue sharing. Last year I got from the legislators a white paper they did on revenue sharing, and it's not comparable. Their understanding of revenue sharing isn't comparable with what other states do. And I think I would like to continue to explore and educate the community about what revenue sharing can be. And I know there were some really interesting ideas that David Gardentine brought to our attention. It could be, the taxes that we already have, the 1% is the perfect example, whether there's any other, like the gas tax and so forth. But then there really could be some other ideas like railroad property and state lands and federal lands, and because I think we're going to really need to look hard for money, not only because of our own situation, but because of the federal situation that will be coming up. We're going to need to really look hard for any opportunity that we have to get revenue anyway. So that remains my focus, and I think, we've had a certain amount of discussion in the past year, but it does need to continue.
Any other questions or conversation on that? Okay, so we are,
A quick question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this may be a totally out of the box question, but are there any examples of regional revenue sharing among states?
Yeah, there are interstate compacts usually for things like sharing water across state lines. There's oftentimes ways that states have done that I'm aware of, where one state may be paying another to offset some use of water or something like that. So yeah, I think it's doable, but that's a state level issue, usually not a municipal one.
Sure.
Here's a language that I wrote last year. To work with our state legislators and other hub towns to provide funds to our general fund to reduce tax disparity of hub to spoke towns. So, it's just like that same old conversation that we had about the 1%. It's like, our town is a hub town. We don't get anything for that. It doesn't serve us in any way. It's a burden, and we need to have people understand that and get some revenue for not only our hub towns, but all the hub towns. We're burdened.
That's what I was going to say. Here's my other question. Do you think of your idea as being a collection of towns advocating
Yes.
for a concept
Yes.
in the legislature? So
Yes.
not just Brattleboro, but
Not just
also
Brattleboro.
other hub towns,
But
Rutland, Bennington, Barre.
Like situated towns,
Yep.
working with VLCT. VLCT, when we developed the 1%, they're like, yeah, well, that's it, you're done. And they need to explore more, and I'd like to explore more with them.
And we probably want multiple
Yes.
where there's a strategy for what we pursue on our own and also the things we pursue with a group that we have less control over and things like that. But yeah.
Exactly, yes.
so we are running behind now.
Great.
So we could take 5 minutes and then come back and do the others, your other ideas, or we can kind of popcorn through them.
What if we just got them all up on the board now, and then we can think about it on the break? That's good.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
All right. So we'll just, if you can popcorn them out, if you have more ideas, you don't have to have 3 more. If you have some more and you want to add them up to the board.
I have a revenue idea that would tag into yours, and this is very specific. The covered bridge in West Brattleboro, a lot of people stop to take their pictures at it. My idea would be that we invest in increasing the garden space, manicuring the space, and rent it for events. Small events, we'd have to explore
The Memorial Park covered
the
bridge?
Memorial Park covered bridge in
That's
West
a great idea.
Brattleboro. It's actually Dick DeGray's idea, if he's watching. But I think it's a great idea, and something he's been beautifying now for a long period of time with lights in the winter, all that stuff. We'd have to address capacity issues, parking, the route of pedestrians and that kind of thing. But it's a bridge we own, and it's really pretty, and it could generate revenue. We could charge by the hour, $500 an hour.
But you're really charging for a public space.
Well, that's why we'd have to talk about it.
Are you going
Well, I mean,
charge
in
people to go to
that-
the common?
If it was an event, well, we do charge for the common.
Yeah, we definitely
Oh,
do.
to rent it?
To rent it, so if you wanted to have a wedding, or a retirement party, or if your organization wanted to do, but this is what I think would be so great about it, is that people would use social media to be like, Brattleboro, Vermont, click, and then how much positive awareness of that is out in the world, so.
Great.
That's my idea.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I don't hate it.
Other ideas?
Are we just throwing them all out?
Yeah.
exploring I'm not gonna say exploring every time, but the idea of setting up the town so that we can take donations if we want to. There are some towns that do this, and.
That was brought up at RTM.
Yeah, and who knows? I have no idea. Maybe it would never happen, but I think there are a lot of people with money in this community. They donate it. It would be great if it would be an option for the
legacy
town.
project.
Is that what the
Well,
kind of
it's
name for it?
like-
Oh, yes.
People could put us in their will.
Yes, right. So I assume it would take some kind of structure for the town to be able to do that. You're trying to get in David's will? Or, okay.
The town.
I see.
Nothing personal.
I have a way, but no will.
For lack of better terms, I'm going to use setting up the town to
Donations
take donations,
yeah,
to
or-
take financial
or
donations.
charitable
Yeah, charitable.
something,
yeah.
yeah.
Brattleboro GoFundMe page.
Should I just go through my 2 or 3 and then?
Sure.
Okay. John, I can't remember, I have no memory of where this came from. It might have been you, but who can say? Setting up the town in, well, really all I'd like to do is develop the town's, like a little structure around the town's capacity to use volunteers and to use these sort of like low-priced semi-volunteer consultants, because people are much happier to donate their time than to be charged on a tax bill. We have tons of engaged people who I think would go for it, and that's a way that, you know, that turns into money on the other end. So I think some sort of, and some kind of structure, what I mean by that is something that's a little easier to navigate than just, we have to reach out to people we know who we think would be a good fit, or someone has to just have the bright idea and email town staff. I don't really have, but John, I feel like I remembered you, or maybe it was at One Brattleboro, talking about a city, I think, that had set up some really sophisticated way for handling volunteering. And we wouldn't need to go crazy, we're a small little town, but that it had been incredibly successful.
After World War II, or during World War II, there were people called dollar-a-year men, and they were rich industrialists, and they volunteered their time to President Roosevelt for the war effort.
Okay.
And I've been talking about that as John has set that up with various people to do various tasks that an assistant town manager would do, and I think it's a wonderful idea. But I also think it's underway.
Yeah, that may be the case.
So it's just a refinement, like you're asking for.
It's more like, I think just, it's formally out there now. This is the thing we're gonna open ourselves up to a little bit more.
Yeah.
John's been doing it, but, you know, now it's.
Like, do we want to make it a little more public? Do we want to start looking harder internally for like other places we could do this, which I'm sure you're already.
There are a lot of people out there with some
Yeah.
time and capacity
Well,
in which to do this.
really fortunate to have
Yeah.
a very educated and engaged
Yeah.
public.
And so you're saying take it out of the realm of creative problem solving where it is now into something that's an
I don't quite have a pathway for it, but something like, it would be great to look back in a year and say, oh, we've got 2 more of these people doing this, and a bunch of people are helping as bathroom monitors and copy attendants at the library. That was something Star had mentioned that they could
Very
use volunteers
specific.
for.
Oscar's been thinking about
Yes.
this.
So looking back in a year and seeing that we're doing more of this than we are now would be cool, because I think it's a great resource.
And so with that, you're thinking about formalizing in terms of things like getting the town lawyer on it to be like, what kind of liability is there? And should we make sure that our whatever kind of contract says
I would be happy to.
that kind of thing?
We've done that.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's all where it needs to be and it's fine, that's great too. But just if it's still sort of like ad hoc each time we're figuring it out as we go. But I would happily, like, whatever thoughts you had, or if you felt the select board could do something to make that easier.
Yep. So expand on that program.
Yeah, where it fits.
And I think you're kind of bringing up 2 interesting parts. It's like, you know, Tom Franks is exploring art, and that's expertise. And it's probably, I'll bet you the library might have or can easily gather their volunteers, because they have volunteers. But your 2 ideas for the library were great. So it's kind of like a 2-tier
Right.
activity that you're talking about. It's like the expertise for John on the one hand and the library volunteers on the other, but there might be public work volunteers
Sure.
or rec department volunteers.
And I know it gets tricky with doing work that union employees, all that stuff. So that, and those library things are specific because Star mentioned to me that those are things where sometimes one of the, 3 librarians on staff will have to stand at the copy machine with somebody for 20 minutes because that person needs help. So that would free those people up for other things. And then last idea, I will be quick on this one, but I think we should consider, this is something other towns
And by consider, do you mean explore?
I'd rather we consider it than explore it. That we as a board consider setting up a budget committee separate from the finance committee that sort of reports to us. I think it would have a bunch of different benefits. One is just capacity for us during the budget process where we could say, we have a question. Where right now I might just ask somebody I know and say, hey, you have a lot of free time. Would you be willing to research this for me or give me your thoughts? So it's somewhere where we could toss questions or work. It's also somewhere where ideas could come from because we're all pretty smart, but there's only 5 of us. So it could take some capacity off of town staff in terms of thinking about things. It basically do what the finance committee does, but instead of from an outside sort of oversight perspective, more collaborative and helping us up front. And then I think another benefit of it to us would be that if we include if we include interested people early on, we can get their ideas up front and maybe incorporate them instead of hearing them at town meeting as someone saying, here's why you should vote no, or something like that. So I think we get benefits in a couple different areas. So just floating.
That's great. John's already made an arrangement with Ernie Coughlin to be that volunteer, to provide that type of service. So I like the idea of having an individual rather than a committee, because committees are kind of cumbersome. And I wouldn't want to have the finance committee think that we're pushing someone in there, in the way.
Sure, I don't, well, Ernie's a great guy for that role. I don't think it would, when I was on the finance committee, I don't think I would have perceived it that way because it's not like, if we had another committee to provide a competing report to the finance committee report and say, here's actually our opinion on everything, that would be a little different, but just getting a group of people involved up front to share the load, I think is good. And the only reason I think I prefer a committee over an individual is because it's more cumbersome, but you get a better representation of what people think. You get a better cross-section of political beliefs and values and things like that. So it might have more, I don't know if like legitimacy is the word, but what Ernie says will be Ernie's personal opinions. What a committee comes out with has gone through a little more of the crucible.
I see you guys talking about 2 different things.
Okay.
One, there's like a cost-benefit analysis perspective, which I think they're coming from, like
Okay.
the most efficient use of time, an experienced person who can target a research element or something. And you're talking about more of a process-oriented thing. They're both valuable.
Okay, yes.
They're just kind of different.
That makes sense.
And yeah, so.
Yeah, I think that's sort of what I was hearing too, Amanda, but Oscar, are you saying that this committee is more like a political advisor to the board, or you said research and then it was like having a range of perspectives, so it started to sound more like a political advisor. Is that what you're thinking you need, or that the select board needs, or?
No, not I mean, anything to do with the budget is going to impinge on political concerns, right? Like, and So, but yeah, I think it would have a creative, a brainstorming element to it. It would be very analogous to the work that the Finance Committee does, except it would happen first, and it would happen collaboratively and essentially at the direction of the Select Board. But yes, it would be people saying, hey, we think you guys should look at this. We think here's a model we found in another town. Here's some analysis we did. And we would also send things the committee's way in terms of, hey, we wanted to explore a couple options. Would you guys take a look at this versus that? Things like that.
You know, it's really interesting because I've been to Charter Commission meetings, and they're now exploring what if there's no RTM,
Right.
and what would happen to the committee. And I suggested exactly more or less what you're saying, in that the Finance Committee becomes this advisory committee to the Select Board, so that we can work with them during the budget process and really work with them rather than a hearing, as you
Right.
just said, at the later time frame. So we have an opportunity to do just that with the charter.
That's true. I mean, for me, I'd rather have both, personally. I think the oversight role is still really valuable. So, and I think if the charter switched it, I suspect that a citizen finance committee would quickly emerge and make its own opinions known in a similar way. I think that sort of oversight role has become pretty important to people. So, but yeah, so I'm just floating it up there for the board. I might say budget committee just so there isn't
Okay.
extreme confusion, but
Thank you.
I don't know, I think it could help.
Other ideas we want to put up on the board?
I've got more. Do you have more?
Mhm.
Okay, you go.
Okay. So one is expanding shelter for people in our community, and particularly looking in the case of extreme weather, thinking about the cold weather when it gets extreme cold. And that would be something that any resident of Brattleboro would be able to access, who is in need of warmth particularly on cold nights. And then a second part of that shelter access would be access to support for people who are in addition to shelter, any needs that people have that aren't getting met, and bringing the voices of unhoused people to being able to hear directly from people who don't have shelter, hearing the voices at Select Board meetings. Maybe it would be organizations that work with people who are unhoused, making sure that those voices are in the room.
Do you see them all in this one thing, or are they three separate ideas?
I see them all as about shelter.
Okay.
And this being the expanding shelter in the community, particularly in extreme weather, that's fine.
Okay.
The others are kind of like how you might get to it, is including voices of people who are closest to the issue, and then the access to support, I feel like, could go along as part of that.
Can I ask you a clarifying question? So are you talking about things like permitting more spaces for emergency housing, or investment in emergency housing?
I think it would be, I remember one of the directions for this project was to think about what are the priorities rather than how would you achieve the priorities.
Yep.
And that would be something I think that would be important that there be for the town staff to be able to think through about what we have capacity for us to consider, is it part of our human services budget that we want to direct towards certain goals, for example. That was one of the things I heard at RTM was some people saying, it's great that we're that we're investing in, there's some really great organizations really doing great work, but if we have to prioritize with limited funds, I want to make sure that we're focused on those human services of meeting people's basic needs. So that could be part of the discussion.
May I comment? In the years, and I worked on for Groundworks fundraising, empty bowls, and I was on the board and so forth. And the thing that always bothered me about the state law regarding homeless was that the only funding that they had was for warming shelter. And so now they've expanded the motel program to be latter parts of the year, but the basic money that they have for shelters as a state responsibility is in the winter months. And so Groundworks raised a lot of money so that they could build that shelter and staff it so that it could be year-round, because the basic state law is for warming shelter. So I think the state law has already focused on your extreme cold example, and that's available. I think what always troubles me is that the rest of the year, our state law says, go camp on private property. I mean, that's I think the problem with the state homeless law is they're telling people that the state of Vermont has no policy for the non-cold months. They have a policy for the cold months. They don't have a policy for the non-cold months. And that's where I see the gap. And, Brattleboro has extraordinary services for the cold months and the non-cold months, because we have Groundworks and other shelters. We have the motel program. So I'm concerned that it's an overlapping service, what you're proposing, because it's really a state responsibility, and the state does provide for warming shelters.
My understanding is that the state actually has not provided shelter for people that people have used in Brattleboro in the, at least last winter. Was it last winter or the winter before, when they opened that place up on Old Ferry Road and 2 people used it or something? I mean, it was a real failure of the state resources, and then it was doesn't seem like it was done with a whole lot of communication or coordination with local folks.
Yeah, but the warming money comes both to Groundworks and to the GA program.
But
No, go ahead, I'll let you, and then
okay.
we're getting sweetie.
So one thing is that it's clear to me that there has been a gap, that there are people who, that Groundworks is at capacity, and that their motel, 107 people who are vulnerable, particularly vulnerable, just lost their shelter at the motel program on July 1st. And so there is a need for people who are facing lack of shelter. And so if you want to expand it, to just expand shelter in the community, and not particularly in extreme weather, but
well, no, I don't, because I think that Brattleboro is particularly disproportionate in the shelters that the state provides.
So I think we'll cut it there, because we're not here to debate it at this point, because you'll all get a chance to vote, so.
So that was one of the things. I have a couple more, but I don't know if you want to take a turn and then come back?
Sure, I'll take a turn, yeah. I want to, it's sort of it's a crossover of kind of green lighting, like you talked about at the very beginning of, in regards to the town plan, because it's already in process, but really have the opportunity to focus on the Flat Street rejuvenation project and get that to a place where we can actualize it. I think that would, it's very exciting to think about awakening that corridor. And I know that there's already been movement towards whether it's the outside stage, you talked about the restoration of the West Dome, and so really, seeking grants to actually make that happen.
Do you mean specifically the one we saw the plan for earlier?
Well, there's a lot of plans. It's
Okay.
been in Sue's already connected to the work through the planning department that you guys have been on that, and I just want to, it's not a new idea, but just to say, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things with Flat Street. So there's the various iterations of something for Preston Lot. There is, DBA's been talking about a youth corridor there and others.
Okay.
Yeah, DBA is
So I think if you
very
take it at
much
its broadest, it's
Yeah.
like, we want to put some attention to, there's some ideas for one-way traffic on Flat Street, so.
Cool. Yeah, and this comes out of a conversation with DBA, of a real initiative that they were like fired up about and got me on board, and so I wanted to bring that here. Okay,
Others?
So another one is the housing stock, expanding what we and maintaining the housing stock that's available towards that meeting getting the 500 units. It sounds like we've made some progress, but continuing that, and I know that's work that's already happening, but just really articulating that, elevating that as a plan, knowing that a lot of the challenges that we've talked about in terms of, for instance, homelessness in our community, housing is like the opposite of homelessness. And when we have people have housing that's more stability, that's better for our community. So if we can do work to uplift the solutions that are in progress, I'd love to see that.
I mean, I might throw down that if this is an appropriate time to put the grand list expansion down.
Is that the same as number 2 in parentheses?
We probably take.
No, I think we sort of talked about and agreed upon, I didn't notice that was up there, but kind of treating those as two separate.
Should we put child safety zones on here if we're gonna talk, like, compare priorities and stuff?
Yep.
Okay.
You want child safety zones?
I think that map that the youth put together about safety zones is really compelling in terms of student identified hot and cold zones. We should revisit that.
We're trying to, Cassandra, is that the one that?
Yeah.
She gave it to me. We're going to try to
Do you want a copy of it?
make it a digital map.
Great. That's super great.
I have an analog map.
I've got one more of my three. I have my third one. Anybody else have one that wants to go
I
first?
did all mine.
You did all yours? What did you lose? Go ahead. Okay. So a priority, it's just a priority, but I think it's an important priority, is to focus on the diversity of our business sectors to have a well-rounded economic community. And for me, that starts with an initiative to reach out to our larger employers in Brattleboro to have a conversation with them. 2 select board members go out and meet with one of the, maybe it's GS Precision, the head of GS Precision. What can we learn about doing business in Brattleboro? How can we make Brattleboro be a place where you want to stay in business? And how can you network us with other companies that would maybe like to come here? I know there is redundancy with BDCC and the work they do, but BDCC is also regional. It's not specifically Brattleboro, so this would be a Brattleboro initiative. My hope would be that we get a roundtable of business owners of different sectors actually coming to do a select board presentation about doing business in Brattleboro. It could be soft things like, I'd love to be able, for the employees that I hire, that they have a vibrant rec and park system, things like that. Some of it might reinforce what we're doing already, but it might help us prioritize getting this a well-balanced business, economically viable town, which would in turn bring in more tax revenue.
Can you repeat the first, it was focus on diversity of business sector to,
Initiative to focus on a diversity of business sectors to help a well-rounded economic community.
thank you.
It's my third one, I'm tapped out.
Anybody else?
Yeah, a couple.
The first one isn't really anything, but something I want to say. And that is, in order for us to have, economic development and all these good things we're talking about, I think we really need to, as a town, have basic municipal government concentrating on the fundamentals and, being a town with a good park and rec system and a town with, good basic services and also a town where the downtown safety action plan is vibrant and so that we have a well-functioning town that we would all recommend. And that's not any of those initiatives, it's just basic. And I think with our budget constraints, having a basic priorities for running a municipal government is worth saying. I don't think we need to vote on it, but it's just a reminder that we're a town government and we should be doing town government things. And then the other thing is kind of an adjunct to Isaac's idea, is that, if our state housing plan doesn't have money for summer days, and they expect people to camp, maybe we should be saying to the population, open up your home, acreage, whatever, because people are encouraged by the state of Vermont to camp on private property. And what do people think about that? It's like we all want people to be in better circumstances. And, maybe there's some incentive that we can give people in our town to house people who need housing. I don't know, John, you have any idea what those incentives are?
Create a program to encourage camping on private property with some sort of incentive that you would want us to explore that?
Yeah.
We're gonna put that one up there.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
just
you're
trying
ready.
to, even the first one too, just trying to figure out how to word it.
Back to basics.
And focus on well-functioning municipal services.
That's fine, that's what I read.
Is there a title that would incorporate both increasing shelter and incentivizing?
I think this should be separate.
Okay.
Clarifying question, are you talking about financial incentives or tax breaks, or what are you
Yes.
talking about?
Yes.
Both of those things?
Yeah, whatever we.
From the
explore.
town? Or do you mean from trying to get the state to offer this?
Whatever we explore. Because to me, I just think that it's not well thought, the state policy, the state law is not well thought out, and they just only care for people in the cold months. And so what is their plan for the non-cold months?
I mean, yeah.
And what do they, how can we incentivize everyone who says, gee, this is the circumstance that people find themselves in. How can I help? Well, this is how I can help.
I mean, just a complete statement, the fact that we're just sort of offering up a tent as a solution to housing is a little bothersome.
It's peculiar.
It is. I mean, you go from providing them a hotel room to asking them to exit the hotel room and handing them a tent.
People aren't even getting tents.
They're not.
No, they weren't given tents. The state didn't even provide that, not even a sleeping bag, ground wool.
But I will say, and you know, this is just me using my imagination, but I think that sleeping in a tent is uncomfortable, but if you're doing it somewhere where you know you are allowed to be there, as opposed to someone might shine a flashlight in at any moment and tell you
Hey, get out of here.
I think that's a very different experience. So,
Yeah.
and for me, not to get into the weeds of but the big moral crisis for me is when you are, the big reason I can't go along with the enforcement approach is that we're talking about people who there's no legal place. If someone's going to fall asleep and they don't own or rent property, there's no place they can fall asleep without being somewhat liable for being woken up and moved. So to me, that is a huge moral problem. So if it would be somewhat of a release valve, and I've talked to other people about this before, if there was some sort of legalized campground or private camping options where people could at least have that baseline of, hey, I know I can sleep here and not get harassed or my tent cut up or told to move along. That would change the calculus for me.
Just, I'm sure that Chief Hardy has said this to us before, but the Brattleboro Police Department does not arrest people for being.
No, I know.
And what we were talking about enforcement before with the child safety zones, that's criminal activity.
Yes, and I guess people often point to the sort of like visible disorder downtown on one hand and then point to policing as a remedy for that in part on the other hand. And you're right that Brattleboro basically intentionally doesn't criminalize a lot of the things that bother people, like the things people complain about at select board meetings. Often those are things that I think you probably could get arrested for if you chose to be a town that was really, letter of the law, do everything we can. So, those people, somebody visibly camping or sleeping on a bench is still means there will be people in town who are unhappy about that. So if that person had a place where they could actually sleep, that could solve a lot of problems from a lot of different angles. Not permanently, but...
Yes, and I would just like to make the distinction between, people who need to sleep outside and people who are drug trafficking and creating other crimes.
Oh, sure, yes.
And one of the...
There's quite a distinction.
Absolutely.
And one of the, yes, we're in the weeds.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, last word.
So, one of the misfortunate distinctions is that those people who are mischievous often can be equated and attached to the people who are maybe in the same situation but not being mischievous, and that's an unfair distinction.
That's true. Mm-hmm. I think we all agree on that. Yeah.
All right.
Were you suggesting an additional item up there of public, like camp?
No, I think it's, I think it's sort of related to Liz's, and I think there's a lot of, the idea of the town doing it comes with a lot of other questions. So I have thought before of the idea of if there are people who have, in fact, I'm pretty sure I know people who do turn a blind eye, at least to people camping on their property, because of their personal beliefs about it. So maybe that's an option that's less fraught, and maybe that conversation develops, but I think I'm okay with 17 as written.
Did everybody get up what they want to? The 3 extras?
I'm feeling good about
You're feeling good. Okay. We're going to take a break. Let's take 10 minutes. We are behind again. Just so you know, font size or numbering has no relationship to anything. It's just, I think they stayed pretty straight.
I haven't been able to read anything past 8 because of Amanda for a while.
I have a question, sorry, I'm a little slower. So there had been some discussion in this memo about legislative priorities, like we had that distinct list.
Mm-hmm.
And I see there's some stuff here that like, we've talked about how it's legislative impact. Were we gonna have a separate discussion about legislative priorities?
If we have time, yeah.
Item K.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And so there could be things that don't make, the 3 to 5 that, maybe end up
That
over there
fall in
because
there.
there's both or they're on both. or whatever.
And I will say, I mean, if that doesn't happen here today, there's no reason why it can't happen outside this as well. So, if we're not satisfied with the discussion we've had here today, then, unfortunately, we can't do it off with more than one other of us, but I'm willing to be a part of it, and I know what you're thinking as part of that conversation.
And I don't want to impose on anyone's schedule, but this is sort of a nice, rare opportunity for us to just get to sit around and have a more normal conversation. So if we end up wanting to go a little long, that's okay with me. But I know everyone has their own stuff.
I think Sue was a planning commission meeting.
Spoken like a
But if it goes long enough then there's somebody covering planning commissions and stuff. Yeah, that's all taken care of, so.
Great.
So let's take a 10-minute, well, now we're past 4.
8 minutes.
8-minute break. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is to rank your top, I'm going to give you each a card, and to list in order, 1 being your highest priority, 1 to 5. Which of these ideas are, your priority, basically, your individual priority? And then we'll kind of tally them to figure out if we can narrow it down a little bit. So you're each going to have 5 input, and you want to rank them, 1 being your top priority to 5 being your lowest.
So we'll have a column that has 1 to 5, and we'll have a column that is this number next to it.
You could do it that way.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, that's why you can use the numbers, that's why I numbered them.
Oh, could we make those letters as opposed to numbers?
We can make them letters.
Or-
We can do that.
No, I want to watch you do the live.
But I know that there was some questioning because we weren't sure if you were ranking big ideas to the others, so.
So they're all in the mix.
They're all in the mix, yeah.
Unless you want to strike any that you put up there.
Yes, so if you want to have that conversation while or
You're not
have some
gonna
more
put on your top
conversation about
5, one of those.
any of them while I
So I just
alphabetize them. Go ahead.
I just want to think
Oh,
in terms. You enjoying the erasing?
I was just like, wow, I took that opportunity to watch John suffer right away.
So my thought is just.
Oh, thank God. It's just a this side of the table joke. We don't understand.
It's changing the numbers to the letters is so much easier for them to do their calculations. That's all.
Right.
Okay. Oscar had a
Yes, my thought was just, we've been in sort of a brainstorming mode and putting everything up. My concern is that there are things on here that are really specific and things that are really broad, and also some things where I'm not sure. We have action items at the end. When I'm ranking these, I would love to be able to think in terms of action items. Some of them are sort of obvious, but I remember feeling last year after the retreat, well, just from sort of a organization standpoint, it can be a little ambiguous if you choose a goal and nobody's quite sure how to act on it or how to take next steps. And I want to make sure that we're picking goals and also have something in mind for at least how we would start on those things or what the first step would be. So we're not just picking something that we would like to have happen, but we don't have any thoughts about how to actually get there.
Well, I
Well, as I'm looking down this list also, like I'm seeing there's some redundancy built in to like some of the ideas that we'll just use revenue generating. Like there's a few, 2 or 3 different things that would fall under that heading.
Yeah, and if we, let's say our number one priority was B, increase revenue. What are we actually deciding with that vote when we then turn around to John? Surely it's not going to be explore all 5 of those things. So should it be more specific so that when we vote on it, it means, John, we think a number one priority you should work on is researching a gas tax or something like that. Because I don't want it to just be aspirational. I want us to be able to have something we...
Yeah, well, I mean, if,
I have an idea.
okay.
How about we take, so like increase revenues without increasing property taxes, and we make in parentheses all those items that fit into increasing revenues?
Yeah, because the first A, B, C, maybe not D,
No, D was big.
okay, that all of those things are budget related. Half of the things that we're talking about are budget related. So we still have an agenda item about the budget. Like, do we want to just move those into the budget discussion, as assuming that they're a priority?
I wouldn't want to, personally, I wouldn't want to leave it off the list of priorities.
I think Oscar putting that on there is basically saying to a few people who, you know, this is a heightened awareness, is saying that we are committing, and here it is in writing that we've committed to it.
And like, that's my number one priority personally, like with a bullet, and
I would suggest that like B, increase revenues, E, continue to explore revenue sharing, G, setting up town to take charitable financial. Like those 3 could be grouped if that's sort of where you were going, Oscar.
well,
B, E, and G.
I'm almost more interested in ungrouping though, because if we group them and then we vote for the group, it just feels like at a certain point we bump into the amount of things we can actually make progress on.
But if we can only do 3 to 5 things.
Yes.
And there's things in the first half, let's say, all these budget things, that we all support, then we're leaving good things off the list.
Right. Well, I mean, so let me give you like a really good, let me give a good example as I see it, like the B, my idea of increasing revenues, right? Without increasing property taxes. So part of my proposal is exploring a gas tax. Big, heavy, gonna take a while. But Amanda's idea to rent a covered bridge is probably something we could roll out for the end of summer, you know? I mean, so there, right, so there, you know, there's a scale, right, exactly, to it. I mean, you know, gas tax, if we get that through and we like the idea, that's gonna raise a lot of revenue, a lot, right? So if you know, whatever it takes to get that through, that will be there for a long time. But the idea of renting the covered bridge for photo shoots or whatever
It's kind of one and done.
is one and done at that point. But that's also kind of reoccurring revenue. But like, what are we looking to get out of that? So I don't think that we should cast it out because.
Well, and it's for that reason, like, we were trying to look at it at the higher level. I mean, the conversation I thought was useful because it gave some ideas of what you were thinking and helped build it out, but not actually put forth a work plan, which is not what we wanted you to do. So, because some of it will be taking it back, John will take it back to others and say, you know, how can we accomplish this? And then bring it back to the select board.
Can we go back to Amanda's thought about adding things to the first one that are all budget related and see what we can include in this budget umbrella that John thinks the town can handle?
I mean, I'm okay with the idea of, it is okay with me for goals to be higher level. That's it. So if one of our goals is, we want to have a different or better budget process or something like that, I'm okay with that. And then we sort of group things, and that way something that's important doesn't get lost. It becomes a little harder to look back in a year and say, hey, did we achieve this or not, which can be nice to be able to do. But I also think, specifically with A, committing more, if we choose to, committing more specifically to a priority of the two things that are up there, I think is a little more impactful and commits us a little more than just sort of like, we want to do good budget stuff. So.
I was going to say that it is a little bit of a chicken and an egg thing, but the hope was that if we could identify the areas you guys wanted to focus on, then we could have a conversation about refining expectations and defining success for those areas.
So not so much getting caught, just let's write the headline, then write the story.
I also wondered about like a winner's bracket and a loser's bracket, right? Like we got the 5 winning brackets, but then we have like the losing brackets that can still be part of the game, but they aren't.
I agree. If we have to know your prioritized list down to 10 or something would be great. And if we see opportunities and have time, we can work on those other 5 things. But what are the ones that we're really going to throw?
So I guess my question is, so this is a weird question, right? I mean, this is, trying to word this carefully. This is our individual things that we would like to see. The things I've mentioned now come from many conversations that I've had with people. And I'm assuming that everything that everybody's listed here comes with that same baseline. This is not just one individual. Yeah, just throwing something up there, saying, this is my idea, I've not talked to anybody about it, and I don't know if it'll have any support or not. So I guess that would just be and I think everything that I've seen there are conversations that I've had over and over again. So I'm assuming we're all sort of using, for lack of a better word, that metric by throwing things up there. It's not just this thing that I woke up this morning and thought, gee, I had this conversation with my dog while I was walking it this morning. He thought it was a good idea, so I'm going to throw it on the board. I'm assuming that is a safe assumption.
Hard to say.
If we want to self-commit, yes, absolutely. This is the product of conversations and market research really within the community.
Okay.
We could just rank all of them.
Or I like that, maybe to make it slightly easier, why don't we pick a top 5 and just keep the whole list also as an expression of all these things that are, that doesn't mean, and then we do them all, but it's not like we're throwing away.
That's it. Just take the whiteboard and we'll go home.
I'm just saying, these are the outcomes of brainstorming.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of good ideas on here that I think will likely not make the top 5.
Yeah, they will definitely be documented and preserved.
Yeah.
And I just think that so many of them are budget related, resource related, that I just think of them as a set.
I mean, I agree, probably it would feel a little silly if we came out of it and let's say all 5 were budget things. That would feel like we're not really expressing things, so.
But they're good ideas.
Yeah.
They're revenue generating ideas, so.
I have an idea.
Yes.
Which is that we do the process that's been outlined, and whether it's 5 items, we rank 5 or 10, however, whatever is realistic and easy. And then we see what we have, we'll see what those priorities are, and if there are things that we then want to fold in, or we want to discuss, and whoever put that up there, propose that, accepts a friendly amendment, or the things we can group in.
That's what I was gonna suggest.
Sure.
Isaac, like, I think, yeah, see how it shakes out and see how it feels. Great.
I'm fine with that.
Can we have our index cards
You
now?
can have your index cards. If anybody needs a pen, I have some. So your top 5, 1 being your highest priority. John and I can meet in the back corner, and if you get white smoke, then
There we go.
All right, go ahead.
You don't have the agenda saved, do you, to anything? Otherwise I can.
There's also copies of the agenda at
I've got a
the
copy.
table.
Oh, thank you. Big ears, I
David.
think, big ears.
Good listening.
Thank you. Trying to see when I can get home. They are way behind. Doing this back.
This is exactly how my friends and I choose what movie we watch. Movie night.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Really?
You do rank
Process.
choice,
Starts
right?
voting on index cards.
Do you?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Well, you gotta be, you know.
Do you have a theme? Do you have like a theme?
We
that
pick it,
is
we
like horror,
choose a
movies?
theme for next week at the end of every movie night, of course.
Okay, that's so cool.
My daughter curates for us.
It's great.
She takes into consideration your interests.
Absolutely. She knows what we like, she knows what we don't like.
How's your process on movies?
Well, my spouse looks forward to when I'm away and can watch all the scary movies that you want.
Terribly scary movies?
Yeah. Well, my threshold is pretty loud.
Like 101 Dalmatians? That's pretty much mine. That's mine.
We never watch scary movies. But Tuesday nights, my family watches, Marvel comic movies and things like that, because I don't watch them. And I'm
You don't like,
with you all.
I'm
Oh, right.
I'm a kind of a I'm a Marvel, DC movie guy.
You are?
Oh, anytime I can shut my brain off and know it's gonna be a happy ending, I'm good. I know the bad guy goes down, I'm in.
How many times can the world be destroyed and then saved?
Well, that's the thing that
It's like-
gets, so things that irritate me are things like where, like New York City seems to get leveled in every single Marvel movie, and then when they don't, they lift pluck some other thing out into the atmosphere and then just drop it on another town. It's just, the level of destruction that goes on before you can just save the world is.
The urban planning.
I know what those select boards are talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like horror movies either, but we always end up watching a bunch of them because other people do like them and only bring them, so it's a movie night and they win the votes. So.
But they rank low on your list?
Oh yeah, I'm not a fan, but sometimes it'll be like 5. I have to rank. So
Anything with a
I could have
gratuitous
ranked
amount of
choice for
violence.
all the Jane Austen movies.
Sure. I'm sure I don't think we've watched one, but I'm sure they've been there.
I'm okay with any movie as long as it's The Big Lebowski.
It's a great movie.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
What, is that your favorite movie?
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay.
It's well, my basement's a structure my life on that movie.
Mine is Best in Show.
I'll shut in my
That's
bathroom
my favorite
later.
Cute
movie.
movie.
I just love that movie.
Which
I could watch
movie?
it. Best in Show. I could watch it over.
Oh.
Same.
The Dollar Show.
Have you ever seen it?
I saw it on like a Greyhound bus field trip TV thing and had no idea what was going on and missed most of it, so not really.
Okay,
But-
it's worth it. It's
Yeah.
worth watching
I think I
multiple
watched
times.
it when it came out and it was on Latches.
Oh, really? Wow, you must have been young.
Mm-hmm. I survived.
Have you seen it? Best in
Yeah.
Show?
Waiting for the cat license version.
Is there Westminster Cat Show? No. There must be the equivalent.
I'm sure there's something somewhere.
I did see that the cat on your farm had a kitten.
Oh,
I
did you
definitely
meet?
thought of you as
Yeah, did you meet, yeah,
Just
that's
have
Jerome.
the
You need
One
a
of the
kitten, I
working-
can
one of the
connect you with the
working-
kitten.
the working
$12 down the tubes.
There we go.
Actually, that kitten is a working kitten, because you wouldn't believe how much that kitten spent on Instagram and how many ice cream cones that kitten sold.
Well, he's very friendly, so it makes sense.
He's very
yeah.
friendly, people really enjoy their time with him.
There was people who had spent an hour already just at your farm stand because of that kitten. Yeah.
Yep.
I was coming down Bonnie Mill Road just last night, and literally a cat jumped right out in front of me as I'm coming down.
Oh, on your bicycle?
Yeah,
Oh, geez.
it's hard to
And
stop.
what did the cat say? License and registration?
Okay, but I finally got thing to a stop, because I really did come very close to hitting it, because it jumped out at the last second, and when I finally stopped, I was like, God, that was potential revenue I almost ran over.
Yeah,
Huh?
I mean,
I would have felt awful, sure.
but also you could have had an accident. That kitty was just playing with you.
Yeah, I'm covered by a copay.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I mean, Bonnieville is steep. That's
Yeah.
a technical road if you're going fast.
Growing up on the road, there used to be cows that would be taking a nap right in the middle of the road. The bus driver would be laying on the horn. Get the cows, get up.
Cows don't care.
And they just look at them.
Wait, were they Fraccini's cows?
I don't know if that's being televised, so I don't know.
You don't want to say?
Well, he's no longer with us, but those could have been our heifers. Our heifers got out multiple times when they were grazing at Beak.
Wow, really?
This
Yeah.
was a while ago.
This
But
was a
anyway,
while ago too.
the
This was
bus
probably
driver-
like 2000.
The bus driver would be, cursing and everything. He'd get out of the bus, he'd get a big stick, and he'd prod the cows, and they'd finally get off, get up and slowly mosey over, get off the road.
Okay.
Cool.
I wonder if they were our heifers.
I think this is before you started grazing them over there.
Okay, yeah.
Trying
We
to
were
lay
there
up the hook
with
there.
Louisa. When Louisa worked there.
Yeah, this is before that.
Okay.
Call me.
The old days.
Their preferred nomenclature is Vermont slow beer.
We needed Hillary Francis, but we figured it out.
There's some ties. Okay.
A tie?
So your highest rank was increase revenues without increasing taxes. Continue to explore revenue sharing and educate the public was number 2. Number 3 was child safety zones. 4 was expanding the housing stock. And then a tie for 5th was the FY27 budget. C, financial responsibility and health. And Q, program to incentivize camping on private property. Great.
We're gonna call this the Ben Accords.
All right.
Swap A and L.
Do we want to talk about those and see if there any overlap where we want to?
Is it cool if I write them up there, what they are?
Yeah, I can.
Or,
Yep. Can I do it shorthand?
Yes.
Discussion?
So the scores on these were 13 overall points for increased revenues, 11 for revenue sharing, 10 for child safety zones, and then there was a clear break to 6 for housing and 5 for each of the other 3.
That's awesome.
And this is, the first place vote is 5 points, is basically the deal? Okay.
Yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
I think this is probably a good representation of the group. I think for a lot of these, we ended up with a lot of the more general ones, so I think it's going to come down to action items in a big way. But that can be an ongoing conversation. Action items and how do we structure things for ourselves so that we can look back in a year and say, do we think we did what we wanted to do or not?
Yeah, I think if we took a look at the whole, as we said earlier, there are a lot of like doable things on the longer list that are not part of this overall guidance.
Yep.
That we might want to call out and you know, I think that kind of falls to your capacity.
Yep.
Like, what can you accomplish?
Yeah, and some of those, I mean, we'll of course share this all with the department heads, and there may be things or ways they can do some of these things within current capacity. Like, for example, the covered bridge idea that might be able to be done just through the Rec and Parks Department, something like that. Rejuvenating Flat Street is happening with partners. It's something we would continue to support. Doesn't necessarily have to be one of your high priorities, but a lot of effort.
But it also can be.
So we would
part
put that under the
checks.
operational realm, is what you're saying, right? It's already sort of happening, and we're just gonna look to support it.
Well,
Sure.
it fits within our first priority, which is increasing revenue.
Yeah, no, and that's exactly what I was kind of saying before, because there's just a lot of things in there that we've kind of put down that sort of have, under these headings, have things like, like FY27 budget, right? So that's already an item that is on here. And even underneath that, the financial responsibility and health, I would think would be sort of a budget-related item anyway. So incentivizing private property for camping is not in any of those realms. So my question is, do we just sort of, because we have the FY27 budget as an agenda item, can we drop A and C and so we walk out of here with 5 as opposed to a confused 7? Is that?
I would not like to do that personally. I think making a commitment, I think not having the FY27 budget on our list of priorities sends the wrong signal. And yeah.
The FY27 budget is, as you stated at the beginning of this thing, a huge part of what we do every year. So I think it's a priority anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? And
it's going to happen anyway. It's not like we're not going to do it or something like that.
well, I mean, so to my point, are we, because it's not on the budget item, are we just going to say, well, no, we don't need to be financially responsible and healthy, and do we not need to do, budget committees that reports to the select board thing? I mean, that is just stuff I feel like we would discuss anyway. I don't know that it necessarily needs to be a budget. I mean, for me personally, that's going to happen one way or the other. We are going to try to be financially responsible. As somebody who has been through this last budget process 3 times, I can tell you that I am going to work hard to make sure that we have a budget that meets muster before we go to thing. So to me, kind of bumping it in, and since it was sort of a 3-way split, incentivizing private property for camping seems to be a more humane thing to prioritize than something that we are doing anyway.
I have a process question. Could we take those 3 ties and rank them on a card to see who wins? Oh, okay. Rather than having to set it.
I would like to duke it out. But that's fine, Amanda.
I don't want to watch Happy Gilmore.
I like all these things, but I do think that being and E and A and C, again, are all budget related, and the really question is, I'm thinking maybe that it's all of a set. Is there something that you think is more distinctive about?
What are all, what did you just list as budget related?
B, E, A, and C.
All right, so, politely pushing back, I think that the budget, again, is this thing that we do. I don't know that this select board has ever really had anything, a focus on increasing revenues. And we've been sort of working a little bit with the revenue sharing, but needing to understand more of what we can do. I don't,
So
that helps the budget.
Let me
I don't know that it's-
revise what I said though, because I think it's really A and C that are the most simpatico.
Right.
I agree, yeah.
So if we just merge them, then we have 6 things. Or 7.
Yeah, I mean, the incentivizing
6.
private
7.
property camping, as much as that makes me want to kind of vomit a little bit, and that's the only best solution that we can come up with. But again, to your point, it's a step in the right direction. Do we want to say, yeah, do we want to add 6? Is 6 doable?
Yeah, I want to discuss the L, housing, as our 4th priority. How much can we actually do as a
Well-
town to impact that, and what departments, and if that is the focus of our priorities? What is that actionable plan? Because that's a huge topic.
So I will say.
Luckily, we have a woman here who's responsible.
Oh, you're responsible?
Do you just want to make parks?
Housing czar.
Do you just want to make gardens and parks and stuff?
So if we look back at the first 2 priority meetings, making the transportation center a good place for parking.
We
we've
did
sort of
that.
done that, right?
Check.
Check. Developing an expansive vision for a town pool. Developed,
Check.
end of story. Right, so, I mean, so, finding a path forward for community safety, check. Developing the concept for safety zones. We didn't do that in that first year, so that did not happen. And advancing housing initiatives, I'm really struggling to kind of come up with what we actually did there. There's not like a pin that I can stick in that and say that we did that.
So I can answer that, but also get to your question. It has been the planning department. So back then, we did land use regulation changes. We obtained some designations, joined the Housing Coalition. Some of the things that still need to be done is, part of it would be looking at the town properties. So, are there potential for public-private partnerships on our parking lots in the downtown? Are there the lots to sell? Could that trigger some? We've looked at that. We can bring that forward pretty quickly.
Right.
There's also housing programs that we could maybe implement. But, so those are the kind of work that we're doing anyway, but if
But if we want to accelerate.
If you want to
other
accelerate
things
it,
might
right.
fall off.
I think that there's work that you have done and can continue to, getting the population to understand what the state programs are and what they can do and what people can do with their property to increase housing. Like, there's a big educational element to that. And as I said before, you have planning, and then you bring that horse to the water. You gotta get people in to know that there's this opportunity. And it's been as of right to have an accessory apartment in your home forever, right? But I mean, it's like, how many people do that? So getting more people to do that and accelerating, expanding the housing stock, like, that's what this point's about, right?
So I'm just going to be devil's advocate here, because I have personal experience of an auxiliary dwelling increasing the value of a house significantly. And so the tax bill was very different the year before we did that, and it became exempt from being a homestead. So if our work on housing and expanding housing, and you're talking about auxiliary dwellings, it encourages concepts like that, like whether it's not just an incentive to build and the ability to permit, but also to make it more long-term viable for people in relation to their assessment.
Mm-hmm.
You hear what I'm saying?
Yes, but then you were saying before that, like, having an accessory dwelling or having an Airbnb allows people to stay in their homes.
This is
Like
different.
that
This is
revenue.
long-term. I'm talking a long-term apartment,
Yeah.
not a short-term.
But still, I mean, they're
It
paying
depends
rent.
what it's used for. If you're a business like ours and you provide subsidized housing for your employees, it's actually not a financial gain. And anyone I know who owns an apartment building struggles to find the profitability right now. They're housing providers. So I think that I'm getting in the weeds, so I'm going to stop.
Yeah, there's positive and negatives.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that individuals have to make that decision.
Right, so just wondering about, as a town, as our housing priorities, really, as if that's a priority of the select board, having conversations regarding that, to have policies that could potentially encourage auxiliary dwellings, but also the investment in that over the long term, because I think the tax bill scares a lot of people.
When did we do these sessions in the previous years?
June 3rd,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact.
So-
And one was maybe May.
I just want to sort of bring that to light. So in the first two, I felt like we had more time to roll out and focus on the things we set as a priority. We're a little hamstrung now because
We were a little busy in April.
a little busy. I don't
Yeah,
know what
we're a little
happened.
busy.
I don't remember.
I don't know, but there were so many meetings.
So, I mean, that's something that I think we need to focus on as well. And again, not to say that the FY '27 budget isn't a priority. I just feel as though it's something that we do, but instead of going around and around and around, to your suggestion, maybe it's just something we take and we vote on and see what floats to the top.
But if you merge A and C, then there's 6. So we can live with
Just
6.
in terms of what this is, FY '27 budget, it's specifically about having low single-digit increase without withdrawal. So it's actually, it's not just about having doing the budget or prior to the.
No, I understand what the mechanism is.
And what I'm wondering is, like, could we, Oscar, if we had that discussion about, do we want to set a target for what the increased percentages, like, could that be a separate conversation? Because also, to me, low single digit, are you talking, does low mean 1, 2, or 3%? Or does low mean, oh, that could be anything under 7%?
As Oscar's spiritual animal and legal counsel, I think he was probably had 3 in mind when he said that.
But the thing is, it's like, I could, conjure up like a dream date, but you have to live with who comes to the door.
Sorry, John.
We're getting too abstract.
I know, but it's like, deciding now what the budget increase is going to be, like.
I remember this conversation from last year at the retreat when I was watching, and yes, I'm not saying we should pick a number and lock it in. I'm saying that I am pretty confident that anything above, let's say, 5% will be a huge problem. And I'm pretty confident that we can't get to that 5% by sort of taking it out of long-term spending. So to me, I've identified, I think this is a problem we're going to face. I'd like us to start thinking about how we possibly make that happen sooner rather than later. And It's a priority for me. I am fine with this. I mean, this is a pretty general exercise. I'm fine with, this should just reflect what the group feels, and we voted, and I'm okay with that. And there are going to be much more nuts and bolts moments where just because revenue is number one, if someone brings some really impractical revenue idea to the board, we'll all have our own opinions on that. So there will be a time to get into the weeds on all of these things. So I'm not, I wish A had more votes, but it's okay with me that it doesn't, and it's okay with me that this exists at a higher, sort of, a higher level of abstraction. And I do share, yeah, go ahead.
I heard Sue say that it would be really helpful, like, more, or you maybe said this, John, would be helpful to have 3 things. We'll just be more successful at 3 things than 5 things. And so seeing 6 or 7 things is not closer to 3.
Yeah. And that first year it was difficult. I mean, 2 of them really didn't get addressed in the first year when we had 5.
So like, I'd like to, to like give some more useful direction to our town staff by weeding these down. And
I'm with Oscar, Isaac, sorry. I'm with, but I agree. I actually just think we should throw them back in the voting hat. And I actually think we should throw housing in there too, the last 4. Because the difference between 10 points for child safety zones and 6 points for housing and 5 points for AC&Q, those are all very closely navigated in all of our select board minds. And I think let's have a limited amount of goals so that we can theoretically achieve them.
So what are you suggesting, throwing the last 4 into
And choosing
Into
one.
a vote.
into a vote?
Re-ranking the first.
Re-ranking, oh, yeah, sorry.
Re-ranking the first 4? Is that what you're?
Last 4.
No, the last
No,
4.
the last 4.
Okay.
Okay. And see what flushes out. I hope you brought a lot of index cards.
I did.
how about
We have index cards probably from the 80s in the planning department.
I'll remember that during budgeting time. If any other department
If you need public, no, they know. We've got all the supplies.
what
The
about,
adhesive might not work so well.
would you be willing, as a friendly amendment, and would this be feasible to re-rank all of them?
No.
So that, because maybe it's, we find out that actually, now that this is the universe, we all are really
I don't-
excited about the bottom half.
I don't think,
I think 10
think
points
anything that's got
versus 6
double-digit
points.
votes
Anything that's got
sticks.
stuff, yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So re-ranking the last
last
4,
four.
housing, LACQ, for 1 additional? Is that what we're going for, 2? We're going for 4 or 5?
Why don't we do it, and if there's one that clearly has more votes than the rest, then we take the top 4, and if there are 2 that were close, we take 5?
It's a group decision, yeah.
I actually
I'm
could build
okay
it.
with 5.
And I'm still, I think we should do this, but also, I'm still not sure how we make the turn from, housing is number 4 to what does that actually mean for John and the staff. So that's maybe a separate.
What's been on there before?
ACQ,
Yeah, top to bottom.
ACQ, like that.
Yep. LACQ.
LACQ.
Remember, kids, we're just ranking 4.
You can take it,
Isaac, you the one.
John and Sue,
They swear nothing but consistent, huh?
why don't you do it the ranked choice voting one way, where you like, if there's not a clear winner for the first?
I believe
go
that
to
if
the
you do it
second.
by points this way, it doesn't actually change anything to do that. I'm constantly getting confused by this, but I think that would work, that works if you're just looking, well, whatever.
Okay.
But I think it doesn't change anything if you're doing the point value way. Oh, two ties.
Yeah, two ties.
Two ties. Okay, well, whatever.
Okay, so housing and
LC.
the financial responsibility and health, and then a FY '27 budget and incentivized private property.
How many points did they
Uh, John.
19 for the first ones and 16 for the second.
Why don't we just take the ones that got 19 and call it a day? Then we'll have,
I think that's
oh, that's 6 then.
sensible.
That's the 5.
No,
No, that's 5.
if you just
That's
take the 219 top ranked, that's-
Then we have our 5 priorities.
I think that's fair.
Points?
So it's T and L,
19 and 16?
LC.
Is that all right?
We did 5, 4, 3, 2 in the,
Oh, yeah.
that was the points assigned,
I see,
so.
yeah.
One was 5, yeah.
Yeah.
If we're looking to get 5, then those are the top points.
Yep.
Okay.
Can I rewrite it so it's?
Sure.
Be
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Help me out, team. These are horrible.
Oh, the other,
Do I use the other side?
I didn't try.
Oh, there might be a separate.
Just use a Sharpie.
That's what I was
wondering.
That's okay.
But it-
Uh-oh.
So now we're at, so L and C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
It's the financial
C is
responsibility.
the financial responsibility.
So while we're in this lull, I just want to say, not only am I grateful to you, Sue, for being such a good facilitator, but you're the perfect person because you know all about these projects and programs. It's really great. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Where are we? Sorry. Papers are a little. So what we've done in the past is John will take these to the department heads and we'll kind of talk about them and kind of figure out the areas that we can make some progress on them. But we'll also write this up and bring it to a select board meeting for your adoption. I guess that'll be September.
Yeah.
So, do we, I mean, it's 5:10, do we want to have any more conversation about what success could look like on some of these? I mean, I think we've heard a lot of ideas, I know I have, so I feel pretty comfortable, but if any select board member has anything additional that they want to say or question on them, we can do that. Otherwise, we can move on to the budget development conversation. There's some discussion during this about that, so.
Are there things in the budget development process that we want to bring up that aren't on this larger list?
Probably. Yeah, I think so.
Do we want to turn to that conversation now then?
Sure.
Okay. All right, is there anything you wanted to say about it, John, or?
No, just there were a couple other things in your backup memo that we had also heard in April. And so those other two things were about providing opportunities for each of the department heads to talk about the details of their budget proposals, and then scheduling, just generally scheduling more meetings to go over, to
have enough time in the select board's agenda, so.
So have we decided that we don't want a budget fair and instead we want the department heads, et cetera?
That's sort of what I heard, but if.
That's how I feel.
Oh. I just wanted to clarify that.
That sounds good to me.
So no budget fair.
I think a noble experiment.
That was the thing that happened in the library with all the
Yes.
department heads?
Yes.
Okay, I thought that was pretty great, but maybe every other year. I don't know.
Or we could see how it goes with going back to doing it, basically a half a select board meeting with a department or something like that, and see if that's enough or if you want more.
What were the criticisms of it? Was it the participants that didn't enjoy it, the staff didn't like it? Why, was it a pain?
I got the impression that budget-minded people of the community preferred having department heads at a select board meeting.
Yeah, and I think those were mostly the people who went, but it wasn't to the level of depth that really interested them. And it's not, I don't think it really pulled in like a wider audience. That's my impression.
That's interesting. Okay, so that's survey from staff who was
No, that's just
presenting
my
or participants?
impression of what participants said.
Okay.
I think a budget discussion should feel a little less like a trade show. Just my personal opinion. So.
Great.
Yeah, similarly, the criticism that led us to try the budget fair in the first place was that at least department heads were thinking that there's a lot of kind of discussion at select board meetings, but it never changed the budget, and they felt attacked more than anything on a lot of stuff. So that was why we wanted to try something different. If it doesn't work for the community, that's fine. We can go back to that.
So the fair was hoping for more of a community conversation.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I don't know, did the department heads find that beneficial?
Yeah, I think so. The one-on-one felt more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean,
But
I know a lot of people came to that
oh yeah,
that I'd never seen at a select board meeting.
yeah, that's true.
Including me. I mean, and here I am now on a select board.
Well, there you go. We dragged you in.
I thought it was very congenial to see all
Oh, yeah.
of the staff department heads in a room together in our beautiful library with presentations open to answering questions, somebody learning more, a person who didn't know any of the department heads put a face to a name, to maybe a letter they'd gotten, or an opportunity to thank our department heads. We had just had that fire on Milton Road, and the fire department was there, and I was just, to Lynn Howard and Assistant Chief Kerr, like, thank you so much. And so it was a cool, spontaneous opportunity to interact. That was how I saw it. But that's more soft stuff, and it's not getting into the nitty-gritty of a...
Yeah, I think it ended up not replacing the select board meeting component for the people who wanted that, but if we think that it has sort of independent, just like community building value, I'm completely open to that. I do still think we need to have the more in-depth budget meetings also, and I don't want to double burden people. So.
What do you think, John? Does your staff have capacity for both?
I think it's a lot. We could, if that's what you really want to do, we could test the waters.
Well, you want to try to go back to the department heads and then see if anybody misses it?
You know, I can tell you just from sort of being like that fly on the wall, circulating, answering my own questions about the budget when I was asked as a select board person. You know, I was eavesdropping on conversations, and it felt more like Yes, the opportunity to meet a department head, and yes, complain to them about something else other than the budget. Not the overarching thing, but I would have to say 50% of what I overheard was something in those veins, and 50% was more that had to do with, well, why do you need this? Kind of a thing.
I hear you. I hear you. I wonder about a hybrid idea, which is having the opportunity to have some listening sessions like we had with the budget redevelopment process as part of our regular budget process. That does something that would take more people than the select board, maybe hit 3 budget items for 3 meetings, where we as select board actually do some more listening, sort of like community meetings about the budget. That's just throwing that sort of out there. So there's the interface with the department head, but there's and the select board's there, and we get to listen to the general public.
I think that would be valuable for us, but I still don't. I'm really thinking that, as you know, I've been to a lot of select board meetings with those sort of department presentations, and they're pretty tiresome, and they don't usually end up changing the budget. But first of all, I'd rather err on the side. It's an opportunity for people to ask questions and get answers in sort of a more structured setting. And it's also just erring on the side of transparency and availability and all that stuff. And I think that I can think of examples last year where somebody had a question about something in the budget. There wasn't really a venue to ask it in, and then it sort of festered, and they got really upset about it, and maybe could have been headed off at the beginning of the process in a setting like that. But I also I don't think that needs to be at the exclusion of starting with a listening session or something like that, which again may not rock our worlds or change our minds, but it's an opportunity. I guess what I think is that the people who have things to say about the budget are going to say them, and they're going to find a way to get that to us. And if we seek it out and welcome it, I think we'll have a better time than if we, force people to write, or not force, but people end up writing angry emails and feel like they're not being heard and stuff like that. So
I also feel like they have an opportunity to do the same thing that we're suggesting every first and third Tuesday of the month.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know that we need to congregate once again.
It's interesting because I think with the department heads comment, what you were saying, Oscar, is very valuable, but it's not just about changing the budget. What it is about informing the public.
I agree.
And that informing the public, for example, we got a lot of questions last year about, why is this department composed of these people? And when you explained it to them, it made so much sense. So it allows us to have more explanations, more public understanding of how our town government is set up. And for that reason, I think that the department heads coming is, it's not just about how our budget is for that department. It's what goes on in that department and why the budget is as it is. And I think that that's the most valuable part.
Good, so we can do those? We'll set those up.
Great.
But then there's still sort of the outstanding question of, does that mean instead of a community fair? Felt like it was kind of split on that. And then there are other ways to involve people in the budget process, such as a listening session or something like that. And those are all decisions we can make in either direction. It just comes down to what we think is valuable. And I think, probably not a secret that I err on the side of I would rather give people more opportunities to be involved and then they don't take advantage of them, rather than, I think the feeling of when someone feels like they haven't had a chance to participate or get an answer or something, I think that's when it takes that turn. People start getting upset, so.
to piggyback on that, I think a listening session would be a good idea, like we did in the budget redevelopment process, but we do it before we develop the budget. So rather than having people be reactive, they could be proactive, or at least know that we're beginning the budget process, so it's time to show up at those select board meetings. Because many people might be involved in naturally their own life and work and not really know what's going on until after they hear through the grapevine and then, what? They're gonna cut what? You know, so.
So you'd like them to complain in advance?
Yes, I
That
would.
would be helpful.
Awesome.
It would be so helpful.
Yeah.
I agree with-
So front load a listening session. as part
Front
of
load a
the-
listening session prior to budget redevelopment and also explain like,
All right.
hey, remember to tune into the website and you're gonna find the backup materials. If there's a part of the meeting, it has timestamps. Show up and be there, be present. Don't wait until you get a printed out budget.
timestamps.
Right, don't.
I really like your idea of having it early on in the process and the listening. And I think it would be more helpful for the public to have a draft budget in front of them, like something to be able to respond to and engage with and have their questions and concerns addressed.
So you're thinking a midway, kind of a.
No, I think, I like your origin, I'm not completely poo-pooing what you're saying, but I think the idea of doing something along the lines of what you're saying, like, we're getting ready to start this process. If you have concerns, if you have questions now, we're gonna do this listening session, we're gonna have this thing, and we're gonna do all the things, and then you should be paying attention from here on in, because over the next few months, we're gonna be sussing out the budget and what that looks like. And, because how many times have we been at the table ready to make a decision, and in the 11th hour, all of a sudden it's on a headline somewhere, and that's when people rush in, you know, rumple, and, you know, we're left up there having to make a decision because we have to move on. So I don't hate the idea of basically saying, you know, hey, it's the opening session for FY27 budget party month, you know. So I don't.
Woohoo! And so the difference is yours would be without a budget. You're suggesting that they have a budget in front of them.
Yeah, and I'm basing this.
No, I was going to say, but then that's where like the department, like when the department heads are there speaking to their budget, that's also an opportunity for that, so.
Sure, I'm actually looking at this, and I can share these. This is the Finance Committee FY26 recommendations follow through. If you would like a printout. And, sorry, Oscar, I can share with
Okay.
Here's one for you, Amanda. Oh, you have one.
Okay.
You can see that number 4 is about the budget development process. This is what the Finance Committee of RTM came up with. And the last 2 bullet points, I think, relate to this. One is asking departments to propose priorities or suggestions publicly, allowing questioning from the board and from the public, which is what Liz just mentioned. And then the last one is scheduling these special budget meetings dedicated to public input and review. And the review part, to me, suggests that there is a budget that they're able to look at, the public's looking at.
I don't, please help me. I don't know that having a budget for them to look at that early on in the process, if we're suggesting, is that feasible?
I think we can do both essentially, right? Like, well, so one of the recommendations in here, which I agree with, is to start as early as we can. That doesn't mean we can have a draft budget as early as we want it, right? Like that's gonna take time. The fiscal year just ended a month ago. So I doubt, what would you say, John, like October or November?
Our first meeting in November probably is reasonable to bring you a draft.
And then that gives us 2 months before sort of in early January approving something kind of timing?
Yeah, if you want to get it printed.
So my thought is that there are things we can do without a draft budget, such as getting some public input, and we should start that as early as possible and make sure we have enough opportunities for public input on the drafts once we have them. But I think doing some stuff early when we have all that sort of empty space might also be good.
Okay.
You know, it's funny, as much as we want people to come to select board meetings, people love to come to the library. And so if we have a select board meeting at the library, like on Halloween, and it's trick or treat, your budget, you know, I mean, just
No,
something.
Use a different analogy, please.
It's a horrible
Yeah.
thing.
We would lose the young parent demographic.
Yeah, well,
For
I'm
sure.
just
And
saying.
you'll lose Star.
Yeah, we should have, you know, within that early November timeframe. Do you want to have it before we have a budget or?
Oh, I'm
after
saying
the
well
budget?
before. I'm saying we start this conversation as soon as we can. Just get people thinking about it. Like, I would rather spread feedback out over September and October rather than get it all in November and have to process it then. So I think the FY27 budget process needs to start ASAP in some form, that we need to open that
So
conversation.
you want some sort of a listening session in October?
Or September.
Well, September meetings are pretty well booked up.
Well, not at a regular meeting. Like, we would probably have to be a,
Like a Thursday night like we did, or something that works with the library.
We already had a special meeting at the beginning of October because
yeah.
Jewish holidays, so forth.
Yeah, I know, but I think this may be a year where we have to bite the bullet on this. That's just my feeling.
You raised some meeting junkies here, us three new select board. That's how we were inducted into this entire process. 2 meetings a week till 11 p.m. Like, no days off. We live by that.
We will, to cover, so that's a really good point, Amanda, to cover all these department head meetings, you're going to be meeting weekly in November and December.
And that's what has been the practice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Weekly meetings from November on until we have a budget.
Right?
I just like the idea of the listening session. I think it's community minded. It's partial to, this is my personal preference. It's better for me to hear directly from people in live communication or on Zoom versus lots and lots of emails. I prefer that personally. I think it builds better community, it builds more transparency, and, you know, people are on a roll. They're
Okay.
very involved right now.
I'm convinced. I think you all have said that we should do this, or this listening session before we have a budget. That works for me.
So I heard no budget fair, departments at the select board, listening session early in the process, and a listening session after there's a draft budget. Is that right?
I'm fine with that.
I don't know that that's necessary.
But we might be having enough budget meetings at that point that we're covered.
there.
I don't know.
I'm just gonna, I think a listening session of basically saying, oh, this is your hard line in the sand.
We're
We're
opening.
starting this process, moving forward, show up to the library whenever we designate the time and space and place and the amount of time we're gonna cover it. We're gonna be here. If you wanna come and ask your questions, you wanna list your priorities, this is the time to do it. But that's not the only time. We have all these other meetings that we'll be doing. So but here's where this is how we are going to market and say we are starting this now. So don't come in like the day before we're gonna do the budget and say you don't want the road fixed. Right? We want that early on.
Could you do a PSA for the radio?
I don't have a good voice for it.
So it sounds like we're okay with just one listening session.
Okay.
Early in the process. Is that okay, Isaac?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if we feel like we desperately need something later in the process, we can adjust. So.
I just think it's going to be more like October because September's pretty well booked already.
Well, we can talk about it, but
So select board, one of the public members has their hand raised. Do you
Oh.
want to wait till public comment, or do you
Oh,
entertain a question?
I would entertain it, but
I'm interested.
I'll try to be entertaining. If we go, actually, I think inevitably, if RTM goes away, we have to have town meeting on the first Tuesday of March. That's going to put a crunch. The normal process is you finalize the budget at the very end of January. You have to do a town report, which people should have some time in advance of voting on the 2nd of March. The Finance Committee is going to need time to write a report based on your final budget and to get that to the town to be included with the town report. So timing this year in particular is going to be a trick. So I'd like you to bear that in mind. If you can finalize your budget, say, middle of January, we're in much better shape. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for, I think, us and the town. Thank you.
Seems well taken.
Other ideas about the budget process?
I would like to suggest that we actually take a meeting with the Representative Town Meeting Finance Committee, which reached out to us on July 1st asking for a meeting with the Select Board to be able to review these 10 different recommendations that they have come up with over the last budgeting cycle that based on, it was the Finance Committee reports for RTM held in March and May of this year.
And the Budget Committee's already discussed that, John, didn't you say the tentative date for that? The agenda setting committee
9th, I guess.
of September?
Yeah.
This,
I've no memory of that, but that's fine.
I don't
I
know about
think we
that.
talked about it and then you emailed David at that moment.
I don't think we decided on a date, but I'm happy to decide on a date. Or we did and I forgot that.
September 9th sounds great to me. That works for other people.
Can you pass that along?
Yeah.
You're mostly
We'll
here.
have to look at the rest of the
Yeah.
agenda,
Yeah.
just to make sure there's time.
Okay. And we're talking about basically just inviting them up to the table, asking them to present their thoughts, and then discussing a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be great to be able to go through these.
Yeah, I agree.
And especially, yeah, I mean, several of these, it will impact the budget.
Oh, yeah.
And are you proposing not to do some of these things, Oscar, Isaac, or, sorry, or are there things that you don't understand in that, or what's the ask, I
I
guess?
think it's more like a public conversation about these topics.
Because you're not sure you want to do them, or?
No, it could end in us, in the board affirming that we do want to do all these things.
Oh,
But
okay.
And if we quickly go through these, long-term financial planning, I mean, we have to do it, but we've decided to do it, right? The 5 and 25-year thing. We're doing monthly financial reports. We're doing a lot on EMS revenues. I think most of these budget development process items, we've at least.
That's why I was curious
Do we want to
if
discuss
you
these
don't.
now, or do we want to discuss them
No, we
on
can-
September 9th?
Yeah, no, we'll save it for the meeting, but I think,
Yeah, that's my recommendation, that we actually honor the request from this committee and
Definitely.
take the time to talk with them and address, I mean, I don't agree with all of them, but I think that there's.
That's what I was wondering. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, well, some of them we've already just, like, the revenues from pilot, that we should, raising money from nonprofits, I already voiced my opposition to that, we're moving forward with it, or soliciting that, so, but it would be good to do this systematically, I think, with them at the table.
sounds like we're all good with that. Cool.
That's great. That's great plan.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, the idea I already suggested of a budget committee, I think could be really helpful to us, but we already talked about that. But, kick it around, think about it. I think it could give us a lot of bandwidth. But that's all I have.
Anybody else? Do you all want a 5-minute break? It is 5:35.
Should we talk about the rest of the agenda?
Yeah,
Let's go for it.
you want to keep moving?
Yeah, let's
So
go.
hungry.
You need a break.
Well,
Or I can eat my sandwich at
All right,
the table
so,
here.
well, let's just do this. So what we have left, and we can talk about the time as well. So what we have left is a conversation about any process improvements you might want to make to your select board meetings or process, or how you deal with other boards and committees. And then the 2026 state legislative priorities and strategies conversation, some of which have shown up on here, but you might have others. So I think if we are going to do those, it's going to take more time than the 25 minutes that.
Can I?
Could we maybe do the process improvements and then take a break?
Sure.
Would you go with that?
And the public participation.
Oh, yes, and public participation, which
I don't have anything for I, so.
I think, just for I think, I don't know if this is a process improvement, but I know that as I sit down at my end of the table, sometimes I hear point of order as a means to stop a conversation or somebody saying something. So I think, I've seen it happen half a dozen times, more times than I care to see, when it's the chair's position to do that. So I think part of the process thing is that hard line, 3 minutes, regardless. That's it. A warning at 10 seconds to wrap up, and that's it. Period, end of discussion. I think that's just going to end a lot of just what would become sort of semi-tense moments within a meeting.
I don't hate that.
Well, at the last meeting, I kind of said that
Right, no, I'm
I'm
just.
redoubling my efforts to keep it to 3 minutes, but the important part to me was having the public's cooperation and recognition.
Exactly.
Because some people are new to the process and hardly ever speak. And I'm generally in the position of wanting to give them more time because they don't know. But then there's people who speak all the time and they know the drill.
Right.
And really, I guess I need to be firm across the board, everybody. But at the same time, everybody can help us have a smoother meeting by understanding those limitations.
And I think if it's just fair across the board, then we'll run into it. And, and I remember having this conversation with Daniel, basically saying, like, I think most people do step into that room and they don't understand Robert's Rules of Order and how things are, and it's very confusing. The book is extremely boring when you're leafing through it, so, you get to the second page and you're done. But to basically explain it, I think you do that. Everybody will have 3 minutes to speak. I think just saying, I'll give you a 10-second warning, and then we'll ask you to.
And then I'm going to reiterate that.
Yeah, and I think that's just something that we have to keep doing, and reminding them that this is just to even the playing field for everybody.
And because, we'll have weekly budget meetings, and, there'll be a lot of concern, and so reiterating those regularly will be important, and I'll be appreciating the public's assistance and understanding.
And any meeting going after 10 o'clock at night, public comments reduced to 12 seconds. Kidding.
I mean, that's kind of an issue, like when you guys have set aside half an hour, say, on a topic,
Yeah.
but so many people want to
And it
talk.
goes for 2 hours.
It goes for an hour or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, balance it, getting the, and that's, I've seen boards struggle with that over the years. It's a hard thing to do.
And
Because you
then-
want to hear from people, but that you have a lot of other business that you need to get through, so that's the.
And the thing that I can weigh is if I see a lot of people talking about an issue, I might want to make it 2 minutes, but is that fair,
Right.
And I think that the interest comes in when the same person wants to speak again and again. And so those are all hard decisions
Yep.
that I deal with on a case-by-case basis.
I've also heard a suggestion that we haven't adopted, but I think it could be adapted to fit, and that is that the public submit statements online prior to the meeting that become public record. And that is kind of a way to streamline the time feature. I know you've been suggesting this, so we can have a dialogue about it. Let me just finish real quick. And so, and it could be a hybrid of that. It could allow for more access for people to provide comments that go on the public record. It might be more, but then there are downfalls, which I'd like to talk to the board about, that might not be great, but that potentially could save on our time efficiency, and that we could, so anyway.
Yeah. So, for example, I do a lot of federal environmental hearings, and you're allowed to submit your comment to the Army Corps of Engineers, and they will take it as if it was publicly stated. We don't have a process anymore. What we do have is someone can say, these are my comments. Please read them at the meeting, right? And that could be done. But a lot of times people write to us with personal experiences that while they don't have, while it's not assured privacy, they're asking for privacy. And I wouldn't want to make every piece of correspondence public. But people who want to not come and read a statement, we can read the statement. You know. So that is available to us. Always. If people say, I can't make it to the meeting, but here's my statement. That's been done in the past. You know, we got radio voice and everything. So I just want to say that I don't want everyone's correspondence to the select board to be read aloud in public. I want people who want their statement to be made public, can be made public.
Yeah, I agree. I think, and of course, if someone sends us a statement and we read it, we're not actually saving time in the meeting. I could imagine a system where, like, hey, if you want to be on the record, you send us something and tell us to do this, and we'll put it on the website and say, like, hey, it's part of the budget process. Here are the 12 comments we got from the public, and it doesn't get read at the meeting, but you are on record. But I don't really know how many people would do that.
But, you know, I think if the point is to have something said to influence us in our voting, I mean, that's the point, right? So it's either said, or many times people write to each of us. Each of us. And as long as we don't reply all, you know, we can take that in. So it's just that those comments are not necessarily made public unless someone wants them to be. So I think all of these ideas are covered. And you know, I can also weigh the room and say, okay, this many people want to speak in favor and this many people want to speak in disfavor, and try and balance that. That's a little bit harder, but when a situation arises where it's difficult, I can make those statements to get that. And what we did in the library was we had people sign up. So there's a lot of things at our disposal that we can use when the situation needs it.
I think most people don't, you know, want to come to, you know, people will often ask me, like, I want to come and I want to say something about this. And I'll like, well, okay, that's on the agenda, and we won't be getting to that until about 8:30 at night. Or select board meetings go 11:30, 12, you know. But, you know, so if you can come, this is when you should show up. Try to stick around, see where we are. It's on Zoom. You can kind of gauge the timing of it, follow along with the agenda, then that's fine. Or I want to talk about this. I want this addressed, and you have to explain to them what that public participation is like. Come right at the beginning of the meeting. We do a few things, and then you'll get right in, and then you'll be home. You know, then you can say what you have to say, and then you can go home because that's not an agenda item. But also, no,
It won't be discussed.
we can't discuss it, but we can hear it. You know, so that's a part where sort of I think the rubber misses the road for a lot of people because they have this really thing that they're super passionate about. And then they're looking at 5 faces who go, thank you. You know, and that's a little
And
disheartening.
so, maybe, I'll have a refresher, like in September, like, these are the things that you need to know.
Right.
To come and to make the select board meetings more effective.
Right. And, and I think as we're having discussions and letting people know how our meetings are run and why items have to be warned so people can prepare and doing all that, I think it's important that we are educating people as to how our meetings are run as well. So, just a thought.
And I think if there's a discussion that goes really long, I feel pretty confident you'd have the support of the board if you said, okay, anyone who's already spoken once, we're not going to do that, or there's 20 people with their hands up, we're going to take 10 more. Because at a certain point, you just have to be real and say, we have to do these other things, so.
And even though you tell people to try not to repeat the same thing, they do because they want their voice heard. And it's really not an enviable point to be in.
I hear Liz do this where she'll say, okay, I see 3 people, you, and you, and we're gonna move on after that.
Yeah, because those, a lot of times, people come in at the end and raise your hand and we're done.
And sometimes you can see it where somebody says something like, the last person says something, makes this really new point, and like 3 people are like, oh, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, great, that was helpful.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a process question, something I'm seeking clarity on. So some of us, we elected chair, vice chair, and clerk. And I've been curious about what's appropriate for me as clerk to write. If I want to write to, as clerk of the Brattleboro Select Board, this is my, this is X, Y, Z. In what situations would that be appropriate to use that title in correspondence from my Select Board account?
I would say if you were directed by the board to do that, then, to communicate some matter of business around your role and duties as a clerk, then that would be appropriate.
Okay. And would that be the same as for all the elected roles on the board?
You mean to the newspaper?
Yeah, I'm not.
The newspaper, to the state government, to our state legislators, to members of the public.
Give me a for instance, just even if you're making it up.
Let's say there was something that was a topic of discussion at a select board meeting, where we had,
Has already been discussed.
Yeah, one that had been discussed, maybe one that hasn't been, is on the agenda.
Well, here, I can give you an example. A reporter contacted me the other day wanting to talk to me about the bridge. And I said, I am the minority opinion. I am only speaking for myself. And if you want the majority opinion, speak to the other members, because my opinion does not carry. I don't speak for the select board. I don't speak as chair of the select board. I don't speak for the select board, and this reporter had a really hard time dealing with that. But I was like, this is my opinion, but it's not the select board's action, And so, like when I write things in the paper, I say, I'm chair of the select board. I'm not speaking on behalf of the select board, because we're all our 5 votes. We speak for ourselves, and rarely, if ever, would the chair speak for everybody, because we all have different opinions.
Unless it was
Unless
post-vote and it was
post-vote, and it was
5-0.
5-0.
Directed
Yeah.
to do that.
Right.
Yeah, unless I've been directed to do that.
Oh, okay.
When I have opinions in the paper, I say, this is my opinion.
Seems like a good, clear standard, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Great, thanks.
So would you just repeat what you understood right there?
Yeah, that we only would use our titles as clerk or chair or vice chair in writing, as chair, vice chair, or clerk. We'd only write that when we were directed by the select board to do that.
Although I have written things that said, yes, I'm chair of the select board, but this is my opinion.
But, yeah, I think it is very important for a chair of the select board, for example, to not omit, these are my thoughts, and not that of the whole select board.
I usually, and when the press contacts me, they did this last year, and just because they had my number. And they were like, hey, what's your opinion on that? And I would say, well, you should really probably be talking to Daniel. He's the chair of the board, or call the town manager. Because the last thing I want to do is get my words, even though that might have reflected, get them twisted, and it makes it sound like I'm representing the entire board. It's a really weird thing. Or I can just say, I'll talk to you off the record. Just make sure that's the first thing you say, because that's what I said to Howard when he called me. So, I'll give you my opinion, but it's off the record. I can't speak. I didn't vote in favor of it, but
Of course, if you say that it's on the record, just remember, it could be on the record.
Right,
Even though you said.
Yeah, I have had people, I have had the conversation, asked it be off the record, and I saw it in the newspaper the next day.
Yeah.
Just risky.
Because we're talking about process, technically speaking, the chair talks to the press, right? That was in our process, that was in our literature when we,
That is
Typically, yes.
that the chair will be
Yeah.
called
Yeah.
by the press and
That's- but
answer
that's
to the
not-
press.
That doesn't
That's
always
true.
happen
Yeah.
because, for the reason I just said, like, I probably have 75 media personnel in my phone. So if they have a question about Brattleboro, they got me on speed dial, so they're going to call me. And at which point I give them this one
Yeah.
number or that one.
But if I get a question on a political matter, I typically would refer to the chair first, and then assume that the chair would be letting you all know, and if you wanted to weigh in or whatever. But basically, or I could get, if I got an inquiry that was broader, I might just email you all and say, hey, we got this inquiry. If anyone wants to respond to it, go for it.
And you've done that.
So should we formalize that chair does need to reach out to the entire select board?
No.
It's been left up to the chairs, at least since I've been here.
Also, I'm positive that over the years I've read, a story about the gazebo project with a quote from Franz, or I think often.
But those quotes often come from the meeting themselves, too, so keep that in mind.
that
But also, I think that the reporters seek out,
Oh, definitely.
I mean, Isaac's very quotable.
So should we?
Or if Isaac has an action core thing at the bridge, someone's gonna call him and ask him about it, and he's gonna give a response, so.
But the action core thing at a bridge is Isaac, the individual, also
Right.
elected official.
Right.
And I think that,
And I'm very clear in that
Oh,
situation.
of course, that wasn't a.
I'm not, I'm here
Yeah.
my
I'm here on my own.
capacity, with my job,
Right.
not select board.
So if we're reached out to by the press, should we report to John or Liz? Or whoever the standing chair is?
What I think is that the reporters feel that they have carte blanche to speak to whomever they like. And to a certain extent, they do.
Yeah.
It's more of a, if you want to say no comment or something, basically you don't want to dive into the topic, you can always refer them to me, and I can state that my understanding of the position of the select board, if they have one, and if they don't, it's really,
And
the town has nothing to say.
And very often, I rely on John.
And I think is this fair to say the thing specifically to avoid is to speak directly, to say the select board thinks this,
Yes.
or something like that,
And that's why, and I know a reporter reached out to you as well.
Yeah.
I was very careful to say that you should be the one speaking to them on
Yeah, I mean, I think the more communication and sharing that you can do about things is just going to help you all as you navigate the controversies of Brattleboro.
Okay. Any others?
Anything else on process? Is there any questions, conversation? So we have, if you want to do it, legislative, well, we should probably take the temperature of the table, but the state legislative priorities and strategies, and just kind of a wrap-up of action items. So,
Do we want to move that to a select board meeting?
Yeah, I was going to suggest if you wanted to pick this up maybe in September, October, it still would be timely. The thought here was you could start to shape some of your initial thoughts, and maybe some of them you've already discussed earlier in the meeting, and we'll try to pull what we can from those and bring them back for a select board discussion. If that works for you.
I also think it's very valuable to look at the previous list.
That's just going to say, the list that stands here is great for now to continue on.
Okay.
And then there's
And then
discussion.
based on the results of this, we might want to add.
My only thought on that is that I'd love if we could work up something a little more tangible or publicly tangible about a strategy and here's the action we're taking next, and as opposed to just that there is some advocating going on behind the scenes. I'd love something more actionable that we work up, not at this exact moment.
Well,
But.
the process usually is that we work up a list, but then we have a kind of a pre-meeting with the legislators.
Yeah.
And they appreciate that because, you know, there's kind of a disconnect between what we want and their process, their
Sure.
committees, and their so forth. So it's a great ability to say where we can get together, where you can be lobbying before we actually have a public meeting.
Yeah.
Where we have and I think it's one of the only times that we kind of have a pre-meeting with anybody to discuss what we're going to discuss.
But that can't be with all of you, obviously. So
I see.
we would have to designate people to do that.
So many rules.
Yep.
So action items, which is kind of the wrap up, and then we'll have public participation. So, we'll take all of this, I'll write a report, and then we'll also kind of put together your top priorities and bring them to a select board meeting in September for you to vote on formally. My little parking lot list that I had, there wasn't too many items on it, so I don't know if John has one as well, but one of the things was having the planning commission come to the select board to talk about the town plan in the process, putting adopted policies on the website, kind of organizing those. And then I also took a note about the EMS billing rates. Wasn't very clear you were looking for something on that, but I took a note on that. And then, I'm going to share the short-term rental research that the planning commission did about a year or two ago.
And I can give you a clearer formulation of that EMS question afterwards. I think that was very clear.
And on our sort of floating out there is a review of the billing policy. Whenever we can fit that into an agenda, I think we should have a conversation about just to check in on the overall policies. I also had communicate Canal Street plans and the accelerated paving somehow. I had share out short-term rental study.
Yep, I got that one.
And yeah, that was it.
Cool.
All right. Anything else on this portion? Just turn it over to public participation.
I'm good.
Let's do it.
Should I turn it back over to the chair for?
Yep.
You got this.
Well, thank you all for coming and your patience and, pardon me?
Thank you, Sue.
Oh, definitely too. But I'm talking to the members of the public who are here. Would anyone like to speak?
Thank you, but no.
I don't think so, but thank you. Sir,
Yeah, I'd like to speak.
your name, please?
My name's Lee Leibowitz. I'm a lifelong resident of Brattleboro, except for about 10 years. And I'm going to try to be short. I wrote everything down so I wouldn't be repeating myself and just mumbling. So thank you all for serving the town. I think the town manager, who is educated in being a town manager, should be making the decisions, and the board should approve if they're not completely ridiculous. In other words, I think he should be the boss, because he's trained for this. And you guys should be kind of, you know, if he's not going off the rails, let him do his job. That's my opinion. The RTM is good, but if everyone gets to vote, it's better. So that new process that they're talking about, having a town-wide meeting and then everybody voting on it is better. The big things with me, unlike the little stuff, little details that you're dealing with, they don't mean anything to me. You know, if something costs more, it costs more. If it costs less, it costs less. But the big thing is like this trash contract, it is nuts. Take a good solution, which we had, and throw it away for something that's twice as expensive and stupid. You know, you're not recycling, you're not helping anything, you're not helping anybody, and it's costing everyone more to do this new thing. And if someone came to me, if I had a guy mowing my lawn, he says, I'm going to charge you double now, because I'm getting a new machine and I'm going to have to use that, and this is the way it's going to be, I'd just say thank you, but no. And that's what you should have said to the trash contractor. It's almost like the mob coming in here and selling insurance to all the businessmen downtown. And you're just saying, okay, we're going to let them operate like this in this town. You shouldn't do that. They have no reason to do what they're doing. What was set up years ago with this, with the recycling and the compost and the paid-for bags, as far as I can see, it's good for all the way around. For the environment, for getting rid of this stuff, and for people's pocketbook. If you want to play the game right, it's not going to cost you much. I use like one purple bag every 3 or 4 months. And I'm not breaking any rules. That's it. So that's pretty cheap. I don't know what I'm paying as for everything, you know, for the other stuff, but that's what it is. It just, to get rid of that, you just shouldn't do that. And I think if you gave this decision to a guy that was, you know, that was dealing with contracts for towns with contractors, he would just say, yeah, no, we're not doing that. But he's got all of you to listen to, and I think you should be listening to him instead of him listening to all of you. I really think that. He's trained for it. And, okay, so the next thing is, you know, that just like we put, you've got the fire department doing the emergency medical stuff, you could take a couple of guys from town and just get them started with a dump truck and have them pick up trash and let it go for a week or two or whatever, just to get it done so it's not sitting on the sidewalks. And then I do know of a guy in Keene that wanted to take over a trash contract, and he does a lot of other, you know, he's got a lot of other companies going. You know, he'd be one person that would take something like that on. But you know, you did it with the rescue workers in the fire department. You could do it with the trash guys. Those guys come down the street. I see them every week. They're good workers. You know, they're good workers. Every one of them. They go down the street. They throw the stuff in the trash in the truck. If there's only one of them, the guy gets out of the truck and helps. If there's a bunch of stuff, there's not one of them. I've never seen anyone laying down on the job. So you could get those guys. If you put the company out of business, you could buy them out at 10 cents on the dollar. You know, get their place of operation, their trucks, if they want to sell them, or just tell them to get the hell out of town. We don't need them anymore. You're not going to do business with them because they're screwing up a good process, and they're going to charge more for it. Who would do that? You know, that's stupid. That's just not a smart thing to do. And the other thing is this guy Paul Bulliger. I think he's done a great job of all the, you know, the remodeling and the 580 and up at where the reformer is and all that stuff. And if he wants to make a contract with the town of Hinsdale or the state of New Hampshire to take over that bridge and do something with it, great, good, let them do it, you know? But for you to even have conversations about this town paying for maintenance and rent or buying the bridge from Hinsdale or the town of, or the state of New Hampshire is nuts. Nobody wants to hear that. Everyone in town says, what the hell are they talking about? Why would they even discuss it? It's crazy. And I believe that. Nobody wants to own those bridges, not from here. And if he, like I said, if he wants to do something good with it, great. But let him do it. You know, he's a developer, and I'm sure they know whether it's a good thing or not. And the other thing is that having a 10% increase last year and a 10% increase this year, I mean, even if you have a 3% increase or a 2% increase every year, 10 years, that's 20%. You know, that's 30% or whatever the hell it is. It's a lot of money. And 20% in 2 years for no reason other than someone says, I'm going to charge you more and give you less, throw away everything you've got, you've done good. It doesn't make sense to go along with that. And everybody that I know that's retired and has lived in this town for a good long time and paid taxes and worked and participated, they don't want it. Nobody wants that. And that's it. It seems nuts. And the other thing that one of the older select boards did was they made a decision to move the police station up to Putney Road. And everybody was reassured that they could operate out of their vehicles with their computers and have access to, you know, whoever they need to contact and do the job in town. So now all of a sudden you spend that money to build that place, and now you're going to turn around and spend $700,000. That's not chump change. $700,000 is a lot of money. You add that up a lot, and that's why the budget goes up. You know, I'm sure you know that, and I'm sure you hear this stuff all the time, but it just doesn't make sense. If they, you know, obviously, if the police need a place to dry out during a rainstorm, or if it's freezing cold outside, warm up, or if they got to store stuff, or they got to bring someone in and keep them there for a while, something small, something inexpensive. But $700,000 after you've already moved the whole operation up there and they're operating the way they are, supposedly with no problems, it doesn't make sense. You're undoing something that was done that was for the good. You know, it just doesn't make sense. And I really think you should let this guy do his job and kind of like be the rubber stamp, or just, you know, keep your eye on the ball and see what, you know, what's right, what's wrong. But I think he can do it. He's been hired by the town. Everybody thinks he's doing a good job. I certainly do. And I think you guys are, you know, you're trying hard, but he's a professional and you're the volunteers. And it's running the opposite way. And I just think it's hurting.
Thank you very much.
And I think the other thing is that most people don't want to come to the select board room because of that. You know, I'm going to be on camera, and I don't want that. I don't want to be on camera. I don't want tomorrow to read the newspaper and say I said this and I said that, whether it's right or wrong. I just don't want to hear it. I don't want to see it. I come in here to talk to you because, like I said, in clear conscience, I don't want to go down and pay my taxes until at least I have my say. And I've had it. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And I hope you strip that table and go write a story.
You set, Paul?
Nope.
Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you, Sue, for your hard work. Thank you, CTV. Thank you, the public. Thank you, John.
John, thanks for getting these meetings, like us doing this process for these retreats.
It's great. It's really great. I thought we were came together
That was
on
very
behalf of
helpful.
the town.